to tonight's City Council regular meeting for Monday, April 18th. Pretty long agenda for the night. We're going to start off with a couple of study session topics. Up first is Director of Communication Chris Harguth and Neighborhood Resource Coordinator Madeline Hinkfuss to present and to review the 2022 Citizen of the Year nominations. And I believe I see Madeline online.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
I think you're on mute, Madeline.
Oh.
No, not yet.
I am not on mute. Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Give us 1 second, Madeline.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. So the speakers may not be turned on in the council chambers, Madeline, so we're reviewing that.
Okay.
City Clerk Carroll, is someone looking into the issue, or? Now I see the mute button on your screen, Madeline, so.
Yes, can you hear me now?
No, I still don't hear you.
Okay.
We'll just give it a minute, Madeline.
I just unmuted myself.
Madeline, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Madeline.
You can hear me. That's great.
It's on your presentation, so. I'm joking. Go ahead, Madeline.
Okay. I really don't have much. I was just going to give an intro.
We just lost you again.
You lost me?
It seems to be coming in on one speaker somewhere in here.
Okay.
Mayor, I am just getting a message from Madeline that she really was not planning on presenting, that
Okay.
you do have both of the citizen nominees in your packet, and that if she can get live, she'll be glad to answer questions about the process, but that I think the ball can be in your court if you're ready.
Perfect. Yeah, I guess we could take it from here if everyone was able to read the packet tonight. And by the way, I should have stated, member Russell will be here tonight, but she's just running a couple minutes late. So, but just to get to tonight's Citizen of the Year nomination, there were 2 nominees presented within the packet themselves. There was a third that was nominated but preferred not to participate as part of this nomination. So I guess I'll just open it up to council in terms of just your thoughts on if there's any questions that we happen to have about Citizen of the Year, and if not, potentially just choosing one of the 2 nominees for Citizen of the Year tonight. So I'll open up to council if there's any questions. If not, does anybody have a preference on one nominee over the other, or just want a few words to say about either of the 2 nominees? Anybody want to open us up? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I will just say that I know both of these nominees and think very highly of both of them, and will happily support either one if we have 4 other people on council who are in favor of them. But I think very highly of both of them.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else? Member Woodward.
I was impressed with both of them and what they've done for the community, and thinking that we have to get it down to 1, I went with Erika because I thought of her or saw her as being more engaged in different things, that is, in the community. The business end of the community, the schools, and other things. So I thought that for me, it seemed that she was the stronger candidate for that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Anyone else? Member Newnenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just echo my colleagues and say that I was delighted to read both of these nominations. We are so lucky to have so many citizens who are committed to Englewood and show that commitment in different ways. And I was so grateful to see in both of these nominations individuals who are dedicating themselves to some of the biggest issues that our community faces, whether that be pandemic recovery for our business community and engaging in how we are going to move forward with the Downtown Development Authority and some of the work that we're doing on a cohesive community, and then also work around our unhoused community and the tireless efforts there to serve that segment of our citizens was just really inspiring. And so I agree, this is going to be a really tough decision for us. I think you're sensing some of that from council because it's hard to pick one over the other. I would support Member Woodward's thinking here as well, but really was impressed by both and really grateful for the nominations we received.
Thank you, Member Newnenkamp. Anyone else want to weigh in? Mayor Pro Tem.
I concur with that reasoning. Generally speaking, when we go through this process, and I've only done this once before, I've favored nominees who I know personally. I know Ms. Zerke personally from my encounters with her, both in the business community, at her business, and also with her contributions to the community through the DDA as well. So that's who I will be supporting tonight, not because I'm not compelled by the resume of the other candidate, but because I have a personal relationship with Erica Zerke. I know her, and I have never personally met the other candidate. So.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. I, similarly to Mayor Pro Tem, will say that based on what initiated as a personal relationship with Mrs. Zerke and her family, certainly the DDA involvement, the extra level of DDA support and involvement by Ms. Zerke, in addition to her membership, contributions through the Englewood Chamber of Commerce and her role there, her leadership role there. Those two are stand out. However, what I know is that as a day-to-day engagement in the city of Englewood, she seeks opportunities far and away beyond those two that sort of stand out to us or are more recognizable to us, in terms of how to better Englewood and how to support initiatives. I know that she has come to the city council, our city manager with ideas that we've put to fruition that have made better our community. The level of engagement is quite up there, and it's constant. It has been constant for the probably 6 years I've known her, and her family certainly is there behind her. And so, you know, a lot of times when we make our decisions on Citizen of the Year, we talk about the long-standing contribution in many ways. However, I think when we look at the level of sort of compacted value add from Ms. Zerke over this period of time that she's given to the community, it's difficult to not choose her, even though these decisions are always difficult. So I will absolutely be supporting Ms. Erica Zerke for the Citizen of the Year.
Thank you, Member Wink. I'll weigh in as well. This is always one of the toughest decisions that we have to make on council every single year, in the sense that we're choosing one candidate over the other for the work that they've done to improve our community. And so it's always very difficult to me hearing or reading the words of what Ms. Sutter has done across the community over the past few years, and also the fact that she's doing it with a level of empathy and just the love of her work. There was several times within the document that stated that she listens to the needs of those that she's serving. And so really appreciate the work that Ms. Sutter has done over the past few years, and definitely appreciate Movement 5280 for recommending Ms. Sutter. I'm in a similar camp with Ms. Zerke. Obviously Ms. Zerke has been very involved within the community over the past few years, not only with the DDA, but also over the start of COVID, being one of the business leaders that have taken it upon themselves to make sure that no businesses were going to fail during the early months of COVID. So being very involved not only with the city, but with the chamber, and just giving her time. But even before that, she's been very vocal within the community in terms of things that she wants to see improved. So I will be with some of my other my council members tonight in stating my approval of Ms. Zerke as Citizen of the Year for this year. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I will happily support Ms. Zerke as well, but I do want to recognize Ms. Utter's work in the community. Very grateful for all the work she's done with the homeless community, and just her really long-term commitment to Englewood as well, and very much appreciate the work that she and many others are doing in the community to really make our community thrive. So thank you, Kelly, for that. And with that, I'll support Ms. Zerke as well.
Anyone else want to weigh in? See none. Ms. Hinkfuss, I'm not sure if you're still online, but not sure if we're able to hear you yet, but really appreciate you putting together the information and for your time tonight. And we will now move on to study session item B for tonight. Director of Human Resources Shawn Weiske and Deputy City Attorney Victoria McDermott are present to discuss the Colorado's Paid Family Medical Leave Insurance Act.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for that introduction. We're also here to discuss another issue with respect to vesting schedule that was included in your packet. But I will begin first with a discussion of Colorado's Paid Family Medical Leave Insurance Program. So first, we're going to just discuss what this is, how it impacts local governments, the estimated financial impact to the city, and discuss questions as well as possible alternatives to the program while offering similar benefits for employees. So family is a proposition that passed by voters in 2020. Essentially, family is a state-run insurance program that provides workers with 12 weeks, and in some instances, up to 16 weeks of paid leave for the employee to take for themselves or for a family member during life events like injury, serious illness, or pregnancy. Now, employers and their employees are both responsible for funding the program. An employee's premiums are set by 0.9% of the employee's wage, which is funded with a 50-50 split between the employer and the employee. Now, all employers with 2 or more employees are entered into the program under this law by default, unless, and then those employers are required to remain in the program for 3 years, unless the employer qualifies for an exemption, or in the case of a municipality, the employer elects to opt out by a vote of its governing body. Now, in the event that a municipality elects to opt out, the effect is that the employer avoids the employer contribution portion of the family funding. However, when that happens, an individual employee can themselves elect to remain in the program, in which case that employee would be responsible for their employee portion, which works out to 0.45% of their wages, and the employer would not incur any premium liability. Now, this slide includes the formula for determining the premium liability, and this is put out by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment. And based off of this formula and the 2022 budget, this is the estimated financial impact to the city should it elect to remain in the program under this default. Now, when it comes to administering the program, there's a number of issues that are still up in the air because there's still some rulemaking that's been underway. So first, family is meant to run concurrently with the federal FMLA, and under family, an employee is not required to exhaust other leave options such as sick leave or pay time off before qualifying. An employee can use the leave intermittently. They're not required to use all of the 12 or the 16 weeks all at once. Employees apply directly to the government because this is a government-run program. They don't apply for benefits to the employer. So it's in that nature, it's similar to unemployment insurance. And the Division of Family, which is set up through the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, is going to be the entity that determines eligibility based off of documentation that the employee submits directly to them. And then they issue the benefit payments directly to the employee. Now, all employees that earn $2,500 in wages within, I believe, a year or for quarters are eligible for benefits. So that would include seasonal employees, that would include part-time employees. One thing of note that is still being worked out by rulemaking, the eligibility standard for family is different than what a qualifying FMLA leave eligibility requirement is. For instance, under the FMLA with the federal government, for an employee to take leave, they're required to work with an employer for the last 12 months and have service hours of 1,250 before they are eligible to take leave that is not paid. However, under family, that's not an eligibility requirement. Now, with respect to benefits, although the employer isn't administering the program, they do get notified and have an opportunity to submit documentation to the division regarding an employee's leave request. Benefits are not a dollar-for-dollar salary match. It's a proportion based off of the percentage of the state's average weekly wage earned by an employee, and then that's capped at $1,100 per week. So for instance, an employee with a weekly wage of $2,000 would only be receiving a weekly benefit of $1,100 per week. And then the employee's leave benefit is determined by the state based off of the documentation that they provide. Now, premiums are collected per quarter, and it's going to be it's the way it's set up right now with respect to the rulemaking is that it's a payroll deduction similar to unemployment benefits. Taxes, right now, the premiums and benefit payments are exempt from state taxes. However, the IRS has not issued guidelines yet, so it's unclear whether or not the federal tax treatment on these premiums and benefits. And then in terms of calculating the premium amount, a wage includes all earnings, such as bonuses, and it's unclear as of right now whether that's your gross or your adjusted wages. That's something that the rulemaking is still addressing. Now, there are alternatives to offering this type of benefit without participating in the state-run program. For instance, there's going to be a private insurance market, but that is not yet established. The Colorado Department of Labor and Employment indicates that that market should be established sometime in October or November. Additionally, the city currently does offer a salary continuation program, and this chart compares the benefits of what the city program offers as compared to what family would be offered. So there's some key deadlines that are starting to come up, which is the reason why we're bringing this to council tonight. Employers start collecting and remitting premiums by January 1st, 2023, and then benefits would be available to qualifying employees starting January 1st, 2024. The administrative rulemaking is still underway with respect to the opt-out period. The guidance that we've received and it indicates that a vote by a governing body in order to opt out is needed by July 1st. However, it seems like that might be adjusted so that it may be at any time during 2022. But the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment is having a webinar addressing local government specific questions on April 29th. So we are hoping to get some more guidance then. At this time, we can address any questions with respect to this issue.
Thank you, Deputy City Attorney McDermott. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a couple of questions. Can you go back a couple slides to
Sure.
that summary slide?
Was it this one?
Yes. So my first question is, can you describe the acronyms on this page? MSC, EEA, and EPBA. I think I know what the last two are, but I'm not familiar with the first one.
Sure. The first one is all employees that are not members of the EEA or the EPBA.
Okay.
EEA being the Englewood Employees Association, EPBA being Englewood Police Benefits Association.
Okay. And so my next question is related to interaction of these plans with the government plan that we're considering opting out of.
Yes.
If we opt into the government plan, does that supplant what we currently offer to the employees in these three classes? Is there any potential savings in the private market that we're currently in or in the self-insurance area that we're currently in?
Sure, and that's a great question. So first, we're already in it. We have to the extent that the city wants to do something different, the city would need to opt out. So that's one. Secondly, because we already offer these programs, essentially this both could be applied. An employee could take advantage of both, unless there's different decisions are made.
Okay, and I would assume that some of that would be addressed in the rulemaking to keep people from double dipping and potentially increasing their salary by being out sick.
That is definitely something we're hoping gets addressed in the rulemaking. As of right now, it is not.
Oh, wow, okay. Okay, I think that covers my questions for now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward.
Yes, I have just one question, really. From what I understand, the only qualifier here is that the employee has earnings of $2,500 in wages. And it wouldn't matter if they were part-time or full-time.
That is absolutely correct. It would be available for seasonal, part-time, full-time. Yes, the monetary amount is essentially the only qualifier.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from council tonight? If not, I guess the direction that we do need to provide staff tonight is whether or not there is direction tonight, correct?
Yes, so yes, there is a request for direction tonight. To the extent that the city wanted to consider to opt out, there are that would need to be by a vote of the governing body, to be council, and we would also need to provide for an opportunity for public hearing, including notice to employees so that they can address any issues before council. And there are some requirements about when that public hearing and the notices for two employees need to take place.
Okay. And actually, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Sorry, I have one more question that's come up. if we do opt out, does that preclude us from opting in at a later date?
It does not.
Okay.
So by default, we're in it for 3 years. But the city would have the opportunity to again have another vote and elect to opt in should it wish to do so.
And actually, Deputy City Attorney, regarding the opt-in, do we have a date on when we have to opt in by if we were to choose to opt out tonight?
So that is a good question, and I would need to see if the rulemaking has addressed that as of yet. My understanding is that because of the way the premiums are taken from the employer and the employee versus when the benefit period employees get to receive the benefit, I think it would coincide with a January 1st deadline.
Sounds good. Anybody want to weigh in tonight? Member Noonekamp?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. This is very helpful. I support staff's recommendation to opt out at this time. I think that with so many unanswered questions due to the fact that we don't have all the rulemakings, it's not something that I feel comfortable about for the city and for our employees, kind of having so many unanswered questions, knowing full well that when the rulemakings do occur, if it's something that becomes advantageous for both the city and our employees in the future, we can always opt in. I think that's the best course of action at this point.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Member Woodward?
I feel the same way. I would right now support opting out, especially considering that what the city is offering or has in place for employees is a better plan than this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll weigh in. I feel the same way for the reasons that both my council members have stated tonight. So I would be in favor of opting out, and then if obviously something happens to change, we can opt in at a later date. Anyone else with any differing opinion? Since there's 6 of us tonight, doesn't like that to be the case. So, Deputy City Attorney, thank you so much for the presentation, and
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
thank you. And City Manager Lewis, have you heard from Member Russell yet?
I have not.
I think it's okay to call the meeting to order and then, oh, I'm sorry.
We had the second part.
Oh, there was a second part.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Totally
That's right, the budget part. I forgot about that. Sorry about that. Director Weiske.
Totally fine. Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I have a short oral presentation to discuss tonight to supplement the information that is in your packet. So the city is proposing to change the vesting schedule for the city's 401A plan. Currently, the city requires 5 years of city service before being 100% vested for the majority of staff. However, that exception is for executive staff or immediately vested upon hire. So the city city staff is recommending that we change the current vesting schedule for the 401A to be in alignment with the executive vesting schedule, which is upon hire, employees will be vested in their 401A. The annual cost to the city is approximately $81,000, and the source of that cost is the forfeiture funds. When employees leave prior to their 5 years of vesting, those funds get sent back to the city coffers. So that is the estimated annual cost of this proposal. Are there any questions?
Member Noonekamp.
Thank you for this. I'm just curious about the decision-making process to go from 5 to immediate. Did you consider anything in between for all staff with executive and otherwise? And what's the thought process of taking everyone here?
Yeah, great question. So we did look at a number of surrounding cities up and down the Front Range. We do have, on average, the average vesting of the 11 cities we looked at along the Front Range is 3.72 years. There are 2 cities that do have immediate vesting, and we do want to position ourselves as an employer of choice. And so we want to be competitive with those cities and ensure that we can attract the best and brightest talent here. So we thought that ensuring that we have alignment, 1, with our executive classifications, and 2, to be competitive out there in the market, this was what we landed upon.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Actually, Director Weiske, I actually am still a little bit confused by this. So are we saying that the way that I was reading this is that the vesting schedule they would get 100% after 1 year of employment. Am I understanding that incorrectly or no?
It's upon hire, the same as the executives.
Okay.
Is there a typo?
Well, because I read two different things here on the last paragraph on, I guess it's page 2. So it says, staff is proposing to change to the 401A plan to amend the vesting schedule to 1 year instead of 5 years. And then the next sentence reads, amending the schedule to immediate vesting. So that's why I was a little bit confused in terms of what timing we're talking about here.
Apologies. It's to be consistent with the executive schedule, which is upon hire.
Sounds good. Any questions from council or any further questions? Is there any disagreement in city's recommendation to move forward with the immediate vesting across both the executive and general employees? Anybody with any disagreeing viewpoint? Nope. I think, Director Weiske, I think you have received, I think we're in agreement with your plan for immediate vesting on this. So
All right.
without any further questions, I thank you, Mr. Weiske, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Perfect. Now we're moving on to calling the meeting to order. Good evening, Member Russell. I now ask everyone to please stand, if possible, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And City Clerk, can you please state roll call?
Yes, good evening. Member Anderson?
Present.
Member Noonenkamp?
Present.
Member Russell?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Present.
Member Wink?
Present.
Member Woodward?
Present.
Mayor Sierra?
Present.
All 7 present.
Thank you, City Clerk. And now consideration of minutes of the previous sessions. Any questions or any amendments to the minutes on the meeting from April 4th? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes from April 4th.
Thank you, Member Noonenkamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Now moving on to the special City Council meeting of April 11th. Any amendments or changes? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll move the minutes of April 11th.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Moving on to appointments, communications, proclamations, and recognition. I'll pass it over to City Manager Lewis to speak a little bit about the 2022 graduation for Elevate Englewood Leadership Academy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce you to our graduates for the first class of Elevate Englewood, the inaugural class. Many of them are here tonight in person to receive their graduation certificate. And so just a few words about the program. It was an 8-week course and really focused on what we consider the 4 sectors of civic life: public sector, private sector, nonprofit, and education. And I do want to thank our partners. We had a number of partners that were not just in name only. Arapahoe County, Change the Trend, Greater Englewood Chamber of Commerce, Englewood Preservation Society, and Englewood Schools. And each one of these organizations reviewed the itinerary before we launched. Each of them had input, and each one of those organizations provided a facilitator for one or more of the 8-week courses. We also had a number of staff members, directors who presented and facilitated, and I want to thank all of them for their hard work too. So without further ado, if the mayor will come down, we'll ask the folks that are receiving their awards if they can please come forward as we call your name. And Tim will be taking your photo. Thank you, Tim. So we'll start first with Monica Alvedrez. I'm probably going to mess up some of these names. I was used to first names only. Congratulations, Monica. Next, we have Beverly Coleman, who I believe had perfect attendance at the sessions. Oh. Next, we have Logan Dunning. He was very close, though. Next, we have Rick, or Richard, as his certificate says, Emil Haynes. We up next is Carson Green. Congratulations. Next, Michael King. Now for Nicole King. Yes, there is a relation. Followed by Sonora Lesage. I always mess that up, but Sonora. All right. Marsha Marshall. I know I saw Shannon in the Shannon Tripp. And last on the list of people who we were told would be here is Rhonda Wilcox. Rhonda, are you here? All right, well, I'll read the names of the other attendees who let us know that they could not be here, but Rhonda is one of those. Stephanie Delaschmidt, Ken Olmsted. Oh, Ken, great. Come on down, Ken. Thank you. Next, these are folks that we know couldn't attend. Sandy Glatt, Meg Griffin, Lisa Fallon, Micaiah Ritchie, Catherine James, and Katie Sullivan. Please help me acknowledge them as well. Thank you, Mayor. And congratulations to all of our graduates. It was a pleasure being with you throughout the sessions, and I look forward to seeing all of you applying for boards and commissions, city council races, school board, the Chamber of Commerce board. We look forward to seeing the great things that you'll do in the community. Thanks again.
I second that, City Manager Lewis. Thank you, everyone. And so we're now moving on to 6B, Small Business Week Proclamation presented to Mr. David Carroll and the Greater Englewood Chamber of Commerce. I'll first read the proclamation before, I believe we may have something from Mr. Carroll tonight. So the proclamation for tonight is, whereas the City of Englewood, Colorado recognizes and celebrates the role that local businesses and small businesses play in creating local jobs and preserving the character, strength, spirit, and economic vitality of the community. And whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies. And whereas the City of Englewood supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses do what they do best, grow their business, create jobs, and ensure what our communities remain economic vibrant. Whereas the Greater Englewood Chamber of Commerce, an economic partner of the City of Englewood, is hosting the 36th Annual Business Award Banquet on Thursday, April 21st, 2022 to recognize and celebrate the accomplishments of small businesses and individuals in our community. Now therefore, I, Othaniel Sierra, Mayor of the City of Englewood, Colorado, and the City Council do hereby proclaim May 1st through the 7th, 2022 as National Small Business Week in Englewood, Colorado. Mr. Carroll, thank you very much. If there's any words that you'd like to state for tonight?
I just want to say thank you, Mayor and City Council, for recognizing small businesses and the contribution they make to our community. And looking forward to all of you attending the annual awards banquet this Thursday. We've got over 80 people there to celebrate the businesses in our community. So thank you very much. Do we need to take a picture?
Actually, City Manager Lewis, I see that Sonora has made it tonight.
Oh,
Not
great.
to put you on the spot, Sonora, but
Yes, we
hello.
were running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I guess that it would be 6:45 to 7:15, but we were ahead of schedule. So Sonora, would you please come up and get your certificate for Elevate Englewood?
Perfect. Now we're moving on to 6C, and this is to recognize City Manager Shawn Lewis. I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but last week he was the recipient of the City Manager of the Year Award from the Colorado City and County Managers Association. So I just want to say a few things because I'm very happy that, Shawn, that you're recognized for all the work that you've done over in the city over the past few years. Obviously, this is an award for this past year, but last Wednesday evening, Shawn was recognized as one of the 2 City Managers of the Year for 2021 by the Colorado City and County Management Association. This award was presented to Shawn in Glenwood Springs last week at the CCCMA Annual Conference. And each year, CCMA receives nominations from all over the state to recognize a select number of 600+ members in categories such as Lifetime Achievement, City Manager of the Year, Deputy Assistant City Manager of the Year, and Program Excellence. The CCCMA Award Committee selected Shawn for this award for several achievements in 2021, including engaging the community through the establishment of the Elevate Englewood Academy, which we presented the awards to nominees tonight. The commitment to regional collaboration through the Tri-Cities Homelessness Plan of Action, and then recognizing achievements of the city through becoming the finalist for the All-American City Award. Additionally, the awards committee noted the importance of that Shawn places on staff recognition, including sending handwritten notes to acknowledge individual achievements as well as monthly recognition of different groups. I also want to state a couple other things that that have happened over the past year or so. So we talked about the fact that we talked about the homelessness plan of action from Dr. Cog, but Englewood is actually going to be the recipient of the Dr. Cog Vision Award for the Tri-City Homelessness Plan next week. We also received the Program Excellence Award for the Tri-City Homelessness Plan through CCCMA last week. The Better Business and Community Pandemic Response for the DCI, we received the award last week as well with Community Development, Darren Hollingsworth, as well as David Carroll last week. Last year, we were a recipient of a finalist for the All-American City Award. And then lastly, last year, and I want to bring focus to this, we also received the Governor's Award for Downtown Excellence in the Best Planning for the DDA, or our Best Planning for the DDA, and that we received from the state of Colorado. So there's a lot of things that we have received over the past year, and I just wanted to just make mention of this. Obviously, Shawn, you've been a great asset to the city. Your leadership across all departments for city council, in the community, and across your staff is very commendable. So I couldn't thank you enough or congratulate you enough for the award that you received last week. Congratulations, Shawn. And before I pass it to Shawn, I'm not sure if any other members of council wanted to say a few words or if we should just pass it over to Shawn because he loves the spotlight. So, Member Wink.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief and say that to fulfill one's duties, sometimes people think, right, why are we recognizing them? This isn't their job description, but it's a matter of Shawn executing all that we've asked of him, all that he's expected to execute, but also the level to which he goes above and beyond. Always with the clear thought that the city comes first. He really gives himself to the city and in our constituents 24/7, and he seems tireless as he does it, which I don't understand still. And so it's just that dedication that's far and away beyond what he needs to do that I think goes along with him being recommended and celebrated in this manner. And then on top of it, he's just such a tremendous joy to work with. So congratulations, Shawn. Yep.
Thank you, Thank you, Member Wink. Anyone else? Member Noonekamp.
I'll be brief as well, but just want to say that I think that Englewood is just so wildly lucky to have you. And I'm so grateful for your leadership for our community. You not only work for the city, but you're a member of the community. You live in Englewood, and you show your commitment to what it means to be on Team Englewood every single day. And I'm so grateful for the consistency of that commitment and for the leadership that you bring to all of us. And for the 7 of us here, we get to see every day that commitment and that leadership. And it's just so fun for the rest of our community to see how good you are at your job and how committed you are to making sure that Englewood is set up for generations to come, and this is incredibly well deserved, so congratulations.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Anyone else? If not, Shawn, actually, I'll let you say a few words, but you're not going to get out without a picture tonight. So I do have your plaque as well as some flowers from city staff, but I'll open it to you, Shawn.
This reminds me of last Wednesday when I refused to go up on stage and they had to pull me up, the president of the association. But I do appreciate this honor and this recognition. I want to start by saying that, really my left and right hand are Krista Gravy in my office and Tim Dodd, assistant city manager, who do just a tremendous job. And we are a great team. The leadership team is right there and doing a great job. We have a great supervisory team, and really to all the way to the front lines of the organization. Everyone does such a great job, and it's a pleasure to work with. And then I also have told some of you this. I've certainly told past colleagues in other cities that this is the best city council I've ever worked for. And so I want to thank you all for your leadership. Honestly, our success is your success. Any member of our team's success is all of our success. So I hope that you'll join me in congratulating our staff, the rest of staff, as well as you all as the elected body in this award. Thank you.
He loved every minute of that. All right, moving on to agenda item 7, it's recognition of scheduled public comment. The deadline to speak for scheduled public comment is Wednesday by 5 p.m. prior to the meeting through the city clerk's office. This is an opportunity for the public to address city council. There is an expectation that the presentation will be conducted in a respectful manner. Council may ask questions for clarification, but there will not be any dialogue, and please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. I've noticed that there's several names on here. Just wanted to make everyone aware that tonight we are going to have a public hearing on single hauler. So if anybody is speaking tonight about during public comment, I ask that you instead switch over to the public hearing. And I'm not sure if anyone here is planning on that, but I just want to state those words, and I'll state it again if you are speaking on single hauler during public comment.
Mayor, just one program note on that. in the public hearing announcement, we limit time to 3 minutes, but people who sign up for scheduled public comment get 5 minutes. So I would ask that if someone did sign up for scheduled public comment and wishes to switch to the public hearing, that this council agree to suspend the rules and give that person 5 minutes, which they would have gotten had they spoken during scheduled public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Anderson. Excuse me, point of order. Go ahead, Member Anderson.
Thank you. Yeah, I have concerns about that. I understand the desire there, but I think if we open it up for some people speaking during the public hearing to have 5 minutes, then we need to open up for everyone to have 5 minutes. And I don't know what the list looks like tonight. So I would be happy to do that if the, you know, to make it fair for everybody, if the list is reasonable, but if that's gonna push us until 11 o'clock, then, I would be okay with letting people, I don't know if there's anything legal, you know, any legal problem with someone speaking to trash during public comment during those 5 minutes, but I don't know, I don't know where the rest of council stands on that, but I'd like to be fair to everyone on that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Russell.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. This is an administrative public hearing, is that correct?
That's correct.
So
Member Anderson.
this council could take testimony outside of the public hearing and consider it, even if it wasn't given during the public hearing. Is that correct?
City Attorney Niles, could you weigh in on that?
Yes, Mayor, let me pull up the municipal code section on that.
Member Russell, did you have any other questions or just that?
I just want to make a comment. I got several texts while I was gone this weekend, and there are quite a few people that were unhappy that the city clerk's office refused to give them 5 minutes and told them if they were speaking about the public hearing, they needed to speak at the public hearing. I think that's problematic as far as the freedom of speech issue. So that is a concern.
Thank you, Member Russell.
Just really quickly, I just want to weigh in on that. The message that was given to all people who called in is that we would welcome them speaking at one or the other. So we absolutely wanted everyone to have an opportunity to speak on this issue, and we were advising people that it was recommended to speak during the public hearing while they were sworn in as testimony to be considered. So that was the information that was given out to everyone who called or emailed, that they absolutely would be allowed to speak. We were just advising that they would speak during the public hearing, but we did put anybody who wanted to be during public comment on the agenda, other than the people that we did explain the process, and they said that they would speak during the public hearing.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney.
I did confirm that that specific issue is not contained within the municipal code, nor is it contained within the city council policies that we follow. It was my understanding that on our private practice, I'm an attorney, prior practice, that city council would only allow people speaking on the subject of a public hearing only during the public hearing, because that way it becomes part of the record, which is something that then city council designates as this is what we considered in making that decision on the topic of the public hearing. But there is no prohibition specifically that would prohibit someone from speaking at both. Just there are reasons that would support only taking that comment during public hearing, but there's no specific prohibition.
Thank you, City Attorney. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm comfortable moving forward without belaboring it any further. So let's just go ahead with what we had planned for tonight.
I appreciate that. Anyone else? And actually, I'll just state it as well. In the past, in terms of just where we have been with public hearings, I have seen it in the past where people would sign up for public comment, but then we did ask them to speak during public hearing. It was always one or the other. We have had people that just didn't want to stick around for the public hearing, so they just made their statement during public comment, but we didn't read it into the record. So I guess we'll speak to it once we get to that point, but I'll just move over with recognition of scheduled public comment. But Member Russell.
I have one more question then. If, are we going tonight, if people speak during public comment about single hauler trash, are we going to ignore that in our decision? Are we going to require them to speak during the public hearing? And would they be able to sign up for the 3 minutes to speak during public hearing also after taking their 5 minutes?
Thank you, Member Russell. Actually, City Clerk, do we have the list of people that have signed up for the
We
public
have
hearing
close
tonight?
to 30 people speaking tonight.
We have close to 30 people speaking tonight on the public hearing? Okay. Knowing that information, I think we do need to have a decision on which way we want to move forward tonight, or at least state our preference in a sense, but does anybody want to kick us off? Member Anderson?
I would prefer to allow the people who sign up for public comment to speak for 5 minutes regardless of what topic they've chosen, and then limit the public hearing to 3 minutes for all people who have signed up for the public hearing.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Wink?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel that nothing should change. If a citizen wants to speak during scheduled public comment for 5 minutes, as has been the case in the past, they should still be allowed to speak. And if, for the record, during public hearing, those individuals that speak on the topic during that time will be considered as usual for that effort. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Wink. Member Woodward?
I am in agreement with Councilmember Wink. If people want to speak at public comment, that's great. Personally, I will not be considering that as part of the public hearing. And if they want to then speak at the public hearing, I will consider what they say, the facts of what they say at the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'll weigh in. My preference would be for members of the public that are going to be speaking during the public hearing to save their time until the public hearing. We do have a lengthy agenda tonight, one of which is an item for us to lock in a lower interest rate that will affect Englewood citizens potentially with the WIFIA loan in terms of our infrastructure. So it is going to be a lengthy evening tonight, so we'll just move forward with public comment.
There were a few people that did request to speak at a time. When I explained the process, I asked them to do one or the other, and so there are a few people who may still want to do. If you're going to give both, then I would like for them to have an opportunity, because I asked them to choose one or the other, if that's council's direction.
The members of council want to weigh in there? Member Russell?
I would like to do that because I think there's going to be some disgruntled citizens if we don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Anderson?
I'm trying to understand that there were some citizens who wanted to speak to the trash issue in both the 5 minute and the 3 minute slot, and you recommended they only, city clerk recommended they only do one or the other.
Yes.
Which I think is a good recommendation, and I'm with Member Woodward in that I consider when it comes to a public hearing, this is where I'm trying to balance what is the community thinking as a whole, and so I'm not giving. I'm looking at the numbers and hearing everybody's testimony during that period as a single unit. So I don't see any benefit to somebody speaking in both areas. But if they feel like they were, not being treated fairly, then I guess I'm okay with them doing both. If that was a miscommunication of what council's will might be. But I don't. That's not my preference.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Essen. Anyone else want to weigh in? It's a tough one. Again, I guess I just side with Member Woodward here. I would prefer the comments to be done during public hearing. If you feel that you need to speak during public comment as well, I guess I would give that time as well. Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would suggest if somebody, I mean, if they wanted to speak additionally over that 3-minute limit, one way to limit that for them is to say, I agree with Jane Doe on what she said earlier, and kind of cut some of those things down by agreeing with what somebody else may have said, and then make their specific points, their personal specific points. Thank you.
Anyone else? Member Nunekamp.
Yeah, I support the position of the mayor. I do think that we have structures to our meetings for a purpose. We're intentional about how these meetings are structured. We do have a public hearing for that purpose. I'm comfortable moving forward with the agenda as it's set for folks who have already signed up to be in public comment. But to Member Russell's point, I want to make it very clear on the record, we do not ignore anything that citizens say to us, ever, whether it's in public comment or in a public hearing. But it is important that this conversation take place within the public hearing so that it can be weighed against all your comments can be weighed against each other and all of the decision making. So if you were signed up for both, I would encourage you, for the sake of your fellow citizens here, to try maybe to pick one over the other and to not maybe repeat. But I'm comfortable moving forward with the agenda as it is.
Any disagreement there? If not, we'll move on to scheduled public comments. First up is Kim and Centola, an Englewood resident, will address council regarding the auto body shop located at 500 block at West Cornell. Good evening, Mr. Centola. If you could just state your name and your address or your cross streets.
Yes, my name is Kevin Santola. My address is 6678 South Gallup Street. I actually live in Littleton, 80120, and I think on the flyer I saw today, it said that I was an Englewood resident. I am not. I am a property owner in Englewood, but I'm not a resident.
Thank you, Mr. Centola.
Awesome. Do you have the pictures, ma'am, that I sent? I sent some pictures that were going to be shown during my presentation.
Gosh, we do have those. I don't know. They have them in their packet. I just don't have them ready to project up on the screen.
So you don't have them to project up on the screen, they just have them in their packages?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
I want to thank the mayor, the city council meetings, the city manager, city attorney, and the staff and the citizens of Englewood. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight to speak. I'd like to discuss the auto body repair shop at 571 West Cornell. You guys all have those pictures, and I encourage you to look through those pictures as I'm doing this presentation. I want to demonstrate that this body shop has willfully and repeatedly violated the city of Englewood's municipal codes for the past 7 years and is currently willfully disregarding the requirements that's placed upon this business by the city of Englewood's municipal codes. I can demonstrate that they're in violation in 3 different areas. Number 1, documents that I've presented to Code Enforcement Supervisor David Lewis, email transactions between myself and Assistant Chief Building Official Carrie Babin, photos that you guys have, and police reports. I'd like to take you back to 2018. David Lewis, Code Enforcement Supervisor, sent me a letter, which I have right here on the City of Englewood Police letterhead. And in his letter, he stated that there are 5 areas that he's concerned about. Area 1 being abandoned and staged inoperable vehicles, unregistered vehicles being stored on the public street in front of that business, improper storage of hazardous materials, which you can also see photos of that, hazardous materials being dumped in the city storm drains, which I have physical evidence of, vehicles being worked on the public street, and the business owner not being a positive contributor to the neighborhood. When David Lewis contacted this business in 2018, the business did clean up its violations, but they only did it briefly until regular patrols ceased. Once regular patrols ceased, the business was operating as usual in clear violation of the expectations upon the city. That went on for 2 years. In those 2 years, I called the police department to report parking violations, and I emailed David Lewis with additional code violations. After 2 years, I realized that that tactic was not working. So at that point, I contacted community development. Community development, Kerry Babin emailed me back. I have that documentation. And he says that yes, they have contacted the fire marshal for continual hazardous material violations. You can see photos of that, storing of hazardous materials in the driveway. He also said that if I did have a problem with this business, if they were in violation, to again contact David Lewis and code enforcement. I have sent multiple emails to code enforcement. I have called the police department multiple times for parking violations. I am not getting anywhere. I am on my 6th to 7th year dealing with this business that is willfully in violation of the city code. You guys have those pictures. I also have documentation from one of my residents who states that the business owner is creating a hostile environment. She can't see around her vehicles. He has approached her in an intimidating voice, he's approaching her in intimidating voices. Sorry, I'm just kind of going through my stack here. In January of this year, I had to go down to the city police department to do a statement form because he entered my property and went nose to nose with one of my tenants, because not that my tenant called on a parking violation, but I did. I realized I'm running out of time. Lastly, I went down to the city police department, and there are 40 calls for service at this residence. Anything from code violations, parking violations, civil disturbances, explosions, so on and so forth. Lastly, I am not an antagonist. This is not where I want to be. My first home was in Englewood. I was a neighborhood watch block captain through Nancy Peterson, I believe was her name. She worked for the police department. This was about 20 years ago. I've invested in the city of Englewood, and my son, actually, I received an award from the city of Englewood, the Good in the Hood Award, right? He's received an award. I am not an antagonist. I just want this gentleman to comply. I've run out of time, and I appreciate it. And like I said, I'm really not a bummer dude. I just want this thing addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Santola.
Thank you very much.
Actually, Mr. Santola, a couple questions for council. Member Wink.
Thanks. Mr. Santola, thank you. It's good to see you this evening. Did the ownership change in the last 7 years at that location, at that business?
I don't know. It's if it's not him, it's the owner before him, and it's him.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Couple of questions.
Sure.
First of all, what's in the jar?
This, if you see those pictures, you can see that they power washed their driveway, and this is what they're washing into the Platte River.
Okay.
I picked this up out of the curb. It appears to be steel and paint, and probably hazardous, whatever they use to do body work on vehicles.
Okay.
That's whatever they're doing on body work on vehicles is what they are washing into the Platte River.
So washings from their driveway.
Yes, and you can see pictures of the power washer, and you can
Yeah,
actually see
I
the
saw
wet
it.
concrete. Thank
Okay.
you.
Second question, just so I can get a better picture of what you've dealt with so far.
Mhm.
Can you give me a rundown of some of your more recent contacts you've had with various city departments? When was the last time you talked to code enforcement, for instance?
I haven't talked to code enforcement. I would say it was probably like October of 2021
Okay.
was the last time. The police department was in January of this year.
Okay.
After I had to go down there because he threatened my tenant.
Okay.
And I've called the police department on that. So it's been, that's just the recent stuff. But if you look past over the past 6 years, I wax and wane on it. I try to put my foot down. I try to make a stance. There's a response. He complies. All these photos that you see right here are within the last 90 days.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Santola, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Moving on to agenda item 7, or excuse me, next speaker up is Judy Dunlap, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Dunlap. And actually, while you're walking down, I believe, Councilmember Anderson, are you up next for response to public comment? I believe you are. That was the last one. Okay, perfect. Very good, thank you. Ms. Dunlap, good evening. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Judy Dunlop, Bates and Acoma. This is my story. It is said that history repeats itself, and regarding the topic of single hauler trash, this is true. Over 20 years ago, this topic was discussed in the Clean, Green, and Proud Commission. My husband was on the commission, and Ann Nabholz, the chair, had to leave her position as chair after she was elected to city council due to the vacancy of a recalled council person. Upon her departure, the transparent nature of the commission was diminished by the new leadership, and when my husband asked why there were 3 companies being considered, and then there was only one, it became obvious that undocumented discussions were held between the city and the commission, and the pilot program was launched with Waste Management. The citizens were still allowed to communicate directly with Waste Management, and many promises were made by holding cost increases to a lower price for a specified time, and the service of picking up unlimited bags of lawn materials and other large items was guaranteed. Within a short period of time, Waste Management reduced the amount of items they would pick up, the cost went up, and the program was discontinued. Some differences between then and now: there was never a question about picking up trash in the alley. One of the reasons that there are alleys is to pick up trash. However, over the last decade, the city had a responsibility to maintain the alleys by grading them and encouraging community involvement along with code enforcement to keep the alleys safe from weeds, tree and shrub trimming, and maintenance of property. The city must have been aware that the hauling companies were going to require customers to pick up at curbside or lose their service. It was a terrible feeling getting a letter in the mail from the trash haulers saying that my service was being discontinued because curbside pickup would become mandatory. I had to change carriers several times because I did not have access from the back to the front. I agree with the citizen that spoke a couple of weeks ago about dealing with trash companies for over 4 years, and she was tired of it. My neighbors and I have had many missed pickups from Waste Management over the last 6 to 9 months, and I had to make many calls. So if you consider this good news, that even though I had to make many calls, I was able to deal directly with Waste Management to get this resolved and received credit on my account. As for recycling now being proposed as mandatory under this initiative, or whatever this is being called, currently recycling is optional. I just started the recycling service, and to my dismay, a huge 96-gallon container was delivered, and I immediately noticed that it was very heavy, even compared to the 96-gallon trash container. I took some pictures to illustrate the inconsistency and difficulty of recycling container yellow and trash container green. I'm sorry, I cannot show these to the audience, not enough time. The trash container is 3 foot 5 inches tall, and recycling is almost 4 feet. My neighbor to the north has the same size recycling. My neighbor to the south has the same size as a trash container. Waste Management said that it is because they bought up other trash haulers' equipment. I am at average height, and the recycling container stands above my elbow, but the trash container stands below my elbow. I can only reach about halfway on the recycling lid because it is heavy and awkward. I can reach the trash lid from the top because it's lighter and shorter. And then I have to haul with heavy contents over my not very desirable route to the curb, once again to be pushed or pulled with force off of the sidewalk and into the street gutter. Englewood citizens are concerned about infrastructure problems caused by heavy equipment, and that is not limited to trash hauler equipment, particularly in District 1, with the descent of new construction like the landing of alien craft on American soil. Noise pollution and traffic impacts on our neighborhoods mainly due to poor scheduling, exclusive curbside collection for both trash and recycling, and potentially a disruption to the schedule of street sweeping, which is so desperately needed to keep street gutter clear to prevent backup and flooding to the street drains. This has been my story, and I appreciate your keen listening abilities as individuals and a council. It is my hope and intention that you will carefully examine this very personal discussion on trash and recycling and what myself as a citizen is hearing about my collection choice being dissolved and undesirable options being imposed. It feels like it doesn't make good common sense to proceed with the RFPs. One footnote from a Chicago native: trash is king, and money and trash go hand in hand with those in charge. Additionally, avoid getting behind garbage trucks.
Ms. Dunlap, thank you very much for your time tonight.
But in my case, in Englewood, on the corner of Dartmouth and Acoma, more times than I like to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Dunlap. Moving on, it's Marcy Brown, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Brown. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
My name is Marcy Brown, and I live on Sherman and Cornell. Okay. So, good evening to everyone who is here tonight. Last Monday, I attended the study session and made the statement in front of council that this was not a fair bidding competition. Tonight, I would like to expand on that comment. While on the trash committee, I would discuss why I felt the single hauler trash proposal created a monopoly. The excuse I heard from other committee members was that it was not a monopoly because all trash companies had the right to bid on this contract. I strongly disagree with that argument because no matter how many companies bidded on this proposal, the contract was always going to be awarded to Waste Management. The reason is because they own the Oxford transfer station located in Englewood, which in turn pays our city a large amount of money in tipping fees, also known as waste transfer surcharge. The city receives 50 cents per cubic yard of material deposited at this transfer station. Amounts collected are deposited to the city's general fund. These are the tipping fees received by Englewood in recent years. In 2018, the city received $805,379. In 2019, fees received were $812,370. And in 2020, the actual amount was $816,552. Republic, on the other hand, dumps their trash in Commerce City. Therefore, the city of Englewood would not receive these huge tipping fees. So any company bidding against Waste Management was really just a waste of their time. I mean, does anyone really think this city is going to give up that kind of revenue yearly? This whole single trash hauler concept is based on money and how much more the city of Englewood will receive if all our trash is picked up by Waste Management. I would expect that tipping fees paid to the city under this plan would exceed over $1 million annually. So this program is not about what is fair or right for the citizens. This program is based on collecting more money for the city. I would also like to point out that those who say this program will cut down on traffic, noise, pollution, and wear and tear on our streets is simply not a fact in my opinion. If you have one company hauling all our trash, those trucks will be filled up faster and we'll have to go back and forth from the Oxford station and drive back into our neighborhoods. If they use larger and heavier trucks, how is that going to affect our roads and the noise level? Can anyone imagine how many more trucks would be if you look at the Oxford Station website, it will say that on a daily basis, this plant sees upward of 1,000 trucks per day. Can anyone imagine how many more trucks would be continually visiting this location and how much more traffic would occur on our roads if they were to be granted this contract worth over $3 million? These trucks are using Englewood's thoroughfares to go back and forth from that transfer station. Plus, these tipping fees in 2016 were specifically designated to go into the road and bridge account. Now this money goes into the general fund account and can be spent any way the city sees fit. I would like to know when that change occurred in the budget. This whole program was designed so the city of Englewood would be able to increase their funds and the citizens would be paying for that increase via the single hauler trash program. Perhaps the more simpler solution would be for the city to raise their tipping fees, which waste management should have to absorb since they are the heaviest users of our streets. The company is worth billions of dollars. Your citizens are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown, I have a question. So what was that number? 1,000 trucks come in from Waste Management? Could you repeat that again? You stated there was 1,000 trucks that come in.
Yes, it says on their website, Mayor, that up to 1,000 trucks on a daily basis enter that plant.
Enter the plant that you're...
The Oxford Transfer Station.
Okay, so there's 1,000 trucks per day from Waste Management that goes into the Oxford Station. So then,
well,
some of the tipping charges occur on those other days outside of just Wednesday, which is the day that they pick up trash in Englewood then, correct?
Well, I don't believe that everyone's trash is picked up on Wednesday.
But the statement is there's 1,000 trucks per day that go
Right.
into the Oxford tipping station, which tells me that there's 1,000 trucks picking up trash across the metro area. So I guess I'm just trying to get a little bit of clarity in terms of...
Sure, I understand.
So it's just 1,000 trucks per day that go
Yes.
into... Okay, that answers that. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Next up is Ms. Vicki Hoffman to address council. Good evening, Ms. Hoffman. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Good evening, everyone. Vicki Hoffman, and I reside in Centennial. As I've said previously, I still have many good friends in Englewood since selling our property approximately 2 years ago. It seems as though the single hauler trash has become quite the hot topic. I'm here to list the facts as I know them regarding what I have found. First, I would like to thank the city attorney for locating a portion of the trash meeting for March 10th. However, it was not very audible. The single hauler trash meeting on March 10th shows on 2 different emails stating that the meeting was not recorded from staff, liaisons, and Director DeAndrea. Doesn't this contradict that it was recorded? I do believe this violates the Colorado Open Meeting Law, CRS 24-6-402, by not posting this recording for the public to listen or have access to it. An RFP was put out by the city to solicit bids for a possible single hauler trash company approximately in August 2021. The 2 companies who submitted proposals were Waste Management Republic. I submitted a core request on March 21st asking for a copy of all 2022 licenses for waste haulers in the city. After receiving the request, I reviewed the information. The request clearly shows that neither Waste Management nor Waste Services possess a current Englewood trash hauler license or a current sales and use tax. In fact, only 3 companies of 4 are compliant within the city: Alpine Disposal, Republic, and Waste Connections. Chapter 26 of the City Charter, 5-26-2, license required. It shall be unlawful to perform trash hauling in the city of Englewood for any fee, charge, or other compensation without first obtaining a license pursuant to this chapter. City Charter 5-26-3, application for license. The application for a trash hauling license shall be made in accordance with the provisions of Title V, Chapter 1. Per the City Charter 4-4-1, Administration of Tax and License Requirement states, the administration of all the provisions of this chapter is hereby vested in the city manager or designee. City Charter 4-4-1-5 states, the penalty for operating without a valid sales and use tax shall be $25 per day. Each day shall be a separate violation. If this is indeed accurate, then it appears Waste Management owes the city approximately $2,700. My questions for you tonight, hypothetically, how can a company be considered for this RFP when they are not in compliance currently and haven't been for approximately 3.5 months? Isn't it your employees' responsibility to ensure that all codes are being followed in accordance with your own laws? How is it even possible for Director DeAndrea or the city manager to not know this information? What, as the city council, will you do in the future to ensure that all laws are being followed within your own city? I believe this puts the city as well as city council in a very precarious situation and encourage council to reconsider this being put to a vote until all the information I presented can be verified or discounted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight, Ms. Hoffman.
Oh, Member or Mayor Pro Tem, you had asked about,
Time is up tonight, Ms. Hoffman. Thank you very much for
okay,
tonight.
well, here, can I give him the sticky then? He had,
You can hand it to the city clerk. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Next up is Cian Dickerson, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
To get situated here first. Oh, I'm gonna have trouble reading this. I'm too short. Cian Dickerson, Bates, and Pennsylvania. The reason government exists is to protect the rights of citizens. James Madison, the father of the Constitution, said in his treatise on property in 1803, government is instituted to protect property of all kinds. He defined property in several ways: the material property, land, money, goods; the most sacred of property, a person's life and his religious beliefs and opinions and his liberty. According to Madison, it is properly said that a person has a right to his property and a property in his rights. The only common good, the only community goal, is the rights and liberty of the individual. The city government is subject to the Colorado Constitution, which is subject to our federal Constitution. The citizens are at the top of the organizational chart in Englewood. Council is supposed to be the employees of citizens, and they are the boss of staff, but the staff is our employees also. None of you are our masters. You are our employees. I note next a few recent examples of unconstitutional codes that you've passed. I'm going to skip one of them for time. In City Hall, no trespassing signs went up, citing a code that applied only to commercial properties, and citizens' rights to public buildings were curtailed and subject to security measures that violated state law. And the mayor tried to deny citizens from speaking, and limited content. In 2019, at a study session, council and the police were informed that due to recent court cases, that the code in Title 11 on parks that enforced by banishment violations of the vague park rules that only existed on signs was unconstitutional and therefore void. Instead of revising the enforcement provision and encoding rules to be enforced in January of this year, unbeknownst even to those of us attempting to keep up with what you were doing, an ordinance was passed that revised both Title 7, Chapter 6, the Criminal Code, and Title 11, Parks. It extended trespass to parks and public buildings, establishing that banishment from public buildings and parks could be done for violating unknown and not yet coded standards of conduct and behaviors for an escalating period of time for every so-called rule violation, even though that has already been ruled unconstitutional. This is just the tip of the melting iceberg that is drowning and destroying overtly and covertly our natural God-given rights by ever more unconstitutional ordinance. The most recent attempt to violate rights and subject citizens to the will of staff, council, and a minority of citizens is single hauler trash. None of the so-called advantages stand up to evidence and scrutiny, nor does it solve any problems, and it creates a great many more. And many provisions and commitments made by staff just disappeared, like the assurance that any contract would have costs done by volume, could get a small, medium, or large container and pay accordingly. But that pales in importance next to the facts of how this came to the point of holding even an administrative hearing on nothing that is before council, and nothing that is rational or of benefit to citizens. There is nothing proposed to move forward with or not move forward with, nor is there a proposal that can be put on the ballot. Seizing our property through mandates and enriching and allowing any contractor to define its own contract is a clear violation of our individual rights and creates more costs and problems than it could solve, besides being in clear violation of the provisions of CRS, Colorado Revised Statutes. It would be better to do nothing on this. It is not your job. Oh, I had another 30 seconds.
Are you done, Ms. Dickerson, or?
What?
I'm sorry, were you done, or did I cut you off, or were you done?
I was gonna say a few things.
Yeah,
but
go ahead, Ms. Dickerson. Sorry, you still have 30 seconds.
I didn't bring it up with me. Just an aside, Westminster was going to go to single hauler trash, and it got voted down. And it got voted down because they could not negotiate a better deal for their citizens. This is not a good deal for us. And the proposal itself was done not in compliance with the rules in CRS 30-15-401. It's absolutely in violation. It wasn't published properly. It wasn't published in the newspaper, so other things couldn't go. And
Ms.
it
Dickerson,
actually
can
says,
you wrap up your 30? Could you wrap
yes,
up?
I'm almost finished. It also says very clearly in CRS that the city cannot compel, no city can compel its residents to go with its choice of hauler.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Any
If
questions
there
from
are
council?
others available.
Seeing no questions, thank you very much, Ms. Dickerson, for your time. Up next is Ms. Pamela Beats to address council.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Ms. Beats. If you could just state your name and your address to the cross reads.
Pamela Beets, District 1, Delaware and Floyd. And am I clear that I can speak both for this 5-minute period and the public hearing? Is that correct?
That is correct, Ms. Beets.
Okay, thank you. And I'll try to shorten these comments. And the reason I wanted to speak for the additional time right now is I'd hope to kind of explain or elaborate why I'm concerned about this issue. So, for me, the main issue is cost. I need to manage my budget. And I think whether you think it's a senior on Social Security or someone who's a nurse or a server at a restaurant, we all are on a fixed income or budget. And things are costing a lot more, as I'm sure you're aware of and experiencing. And to think about raising costs right now, I think is unreasonable. I already pay considerably less per month than what the city would charge me. And I need to manage my own budget. And I don't see any improvement in services with this single hauler issue. And there's always an issue with trash. In every city I've lived in, there's missed trash, there's dumped trash, there's this, there's that. It's kind of part of the deal. And I have to say, I appreciate when the city stepped in with the issue of the alley pickup. And I think that's well within the city's parameters. And that's what we count on you for. That's what we need from you. We don't need you to tell us how to spend our money. But we do need you to help us when companies start to take advantage of your residences. And, I know recycling is a really hot issue with this. And as I've commented before, I've been a dedicated recycler. I don't disagree with recycling. I'm very, environmentally minded. But I think, even the Denver news channels mentioned that Denver has about a 15% recycling rate. So as environmentally concerned as we are, it's not working. And here's what it is for me. You can make people pay for recycling. You cannot make them recycle. You cannot make them do the work that it takes to recycle. And to recycle correctly takes a lot of work and time and effort. And I don't think people do it. And next is traffic. That's also an issue. And I agree with, I believe it was Miss Dunlop, but we live in the same area. Over the 20 years I've lived here, there used to be, 3 or 4 or more trash companies going up and down the alley and accessing the streets. I don't think that's a significant use compared to now with 1 or 2 trash companies. I still see trash trucks going up and down our streets every day of the week that are not in our residential area to pick up trash. Our area is becoming a shortcut for all sorts of traffic. I have seen semis, tandem semis. I've seen semis get stuck on the corner of Floyd and Delaware because they can't turn the corner. I saw a gas tanker semi last week. The fire department uses our streets as a shortcut. Now, those are all heavy trucks. They do a lot of damage. And then when you look at all the building, all those people are using our streets as shortcuts, not to mention just the people driving by. I went from a quiet street to, we look like a little thoroughfare now. So I think, there's other ways for the city to encourage recycling and environmental issues and yard waste. And that's what I would like to see. I think Englewood has a good history of that, and they're good at it. And you can help us that way. But to force us into something that maybe we can't afford or individuals can't afford is not your best use. I think this is for me, it's a bit of a non-issue for something we don't need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Beets. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Beets, for your comments. Last speaker for scheduled public comment is Ms. Ida Mae Nickel, an Englewood resident, to address council. Good evening, Ms. Nickel. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
Good evening. I live at 4740 South Lapin Street, Englewood. Good evening again. First, I would like to congratulate our city manager, Shawn Lewis, a recipient of the City Manager of the Year Award from the Colorado City and Colorado Manager Association. This is a very prestigious award for the very short time our city manager has been here. I also want to thank Mr. Lewis for honoring our Englewood history. He has done more than any other city manager or city council to help save our Englewood history and helping to support the Englewood Historic Preservation Society, now called Historic Englewood. We thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your kindness and recognition to help our society in saving Englewood history for generations to come. It is very much appreciated, and thank you again. I spoke on the issue of talking trash a few weeks ago to council concerning this being a monopoly. A monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to higher costs for consumers and inferior services and have exclusive control of a particular market or industry, in our case, the Englewood citizens. There was a survey put out to the citizens with many questions about what their choices would be for the two companies, A and B. They were confusing in regards to answers because you like one provider with some issues and another provider for another issue, and for different reasons. Full service for alley or curbside, company A said no and company B said yes. Recycling for the alley curbside, some said no, only households who currently have the service that they would allow, that they would still go to. And so that was a no, basically. And then for B, they said yes. For large disposal, company A said yes. Company B said no. Households would have to bring large items to a central location on a specific date. Now, how are our seniors going to be able to do that without costing them an additional fee to a company they are not using? Or other citizens or seniors who cannot afford to do that and who are living on very, very small incomes? How about requiring all households for recycling? I am speaking for our seniors, and it's not only seniors, but I'm mainly speaking for our seniors who have asked me to do so. They are afraid. Why is the city pushing so hard for single trash provider? Is it because they want more and more control of our city and our citizens? Some have asked me these questions and even more, and I can't ask them. I can't answer their questions. And they are afraid to make any waves and come and speak to council. Some are hanging on by a thread to pay their bills and to buy medicine they need, and they do not want a government handout, but a hand up. This is making citizens afraid of the cost and pitting citizens against each other as well, for whether they like it or whether they don't. We have enough issues in our city without making more. Why not drop this issue or put it on the November ballot and let our citizens decide rather than 7 people? The result of the many things that are happening in our cities and our country is that our freedoms are being eroded, and traditional American values like hard work, family, and individual choices and the pursuit of happiness are being lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. Any comments from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your comments tonight, Ms. Nickel. Sure. And that concludes scheduled public comment. We now move to recognition of unscheduled public comment. Same as before, except you're limited to 3 minutes. And I'll just go ahead and just read the names. If there were anybody that were looking to speak to both items tonight, feel free to let me know towards the end. I have 1, 2, 4 people that are looking to speak for unscheduled public comment. So after the 4th, let me know if you'd like to speak during this portion as well. So first up is Kelly McCloskey, an Englewood resident, scheduled to speak. Good evening, Ms. McCloskey. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
My name is Kelly McCloskey. I live at 4401 South Elady Street in Englewood. And what I'm coming to you today is with the Englewood Block Party. The parking, what do you guys plan on doing about the parking problem? It is a serious, serious problem. Last year's block party, I parked my car and it was towed. It was illegally towed, and if I wouldn't have known the laws about towing and was able to get a hold of the Public Utilities Commission, I wouldn't have received my money back. However, that night, I was stuck, a single woman by myself in the dark with no way home. This was very disturbing to me. I've seen several families whose cars were towed that night and were told, I will never come back to the Englewood Block Party again. I will never. It was a horrible experience for very many people. I just was wanting to let you guys, I don't know if you guys are aware of the problem, but the handicap parking, there is no handicap parking. I have a handicapped son, and there's nowhere around that area to park. So I just want you guys to know that this is a problem when you have the Englewood Block Party, and I just want to know what we're going to do to fix this problem.
Thank you, Ms. McCloskey. Any questions? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McCloskey. What, can I ask you where you parked and, where did you park for the block party? Which parking lot was that?
Behind Movement 5280 in the parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Anyone else?
I'm sorry, I still have time.
I'm sorry, I thought you were, I'm sorry, keep going, so
Okay.
sorry.
I also wanted to state that I was not allowed to get my car that night. I called the towing company. I was not allowed to get my car that night, which was very disturbing to me also, because I was like, well, how do I get my car back? How do I get my car back? I had the Englewood Police Department there. They were like, we're sorry, we can't help you. I was not able to get my car back until the next day at noon. So I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. McCloskey. Sorry for cutting you off there. Anyone? Member Woodward.
Yeah, a question regarding, was the vehicle actually parked on private property or on the street?
It was parked behind Movement 5280, which I park there every day when I volunteer. And have never had my car parked there. And I believe it was a towing conspiracy to come back there because they knew an Englewood Block Party was going on, and trucks were lined up ready to tow people out of there. And it was a money-making thing is what it was.
Okay.
Not the citizens of Englewood and others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Member Russell.
Were there any signs posted, no parking or anything?
Not visible.
Okay.
And I believe that's why I was reimbursed my money, and because they kept my car, and I should have been allowed to get my car back that evening.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCloskey.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Noonekamp.
Sorry,
So
can
sorry.
I just ask you a quick question? Thank you for coming this evening, and I'm sorry for your experience. You mentioned that you were able to get your money back through working with the Public Utilities Commission. Can you just speak a little bit about that process? What reason were you given for why your car was towed, and were you fully reimbursed, and how long did that take?
I was totally reimbursed. It was $350, which was a lot of money for me at the time. I was blown away by the amount that it was. And I called American Disabilities because of the fact that I had handicap plates on my car, and they were the ones that also referred me to the Public Utilities Commission, who the Public Utilities Commissions were the ones that took down my statement and got a hold of the towing company. And I also had several witnesses there that were able to state what had took place. So that's why I was able to get refunded my money.
And you were never given a reason for why the vehicle was towed?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted a little more clarity. You said you parked behind Movement 5280. Was that in Movement 5280's parkings? I don't even know if they have parking spots directly behind the building, or was it in the parking lot adjacent to the apartment building?
There's an apartment complex behind there, and they have signs up there where you don't have to have permit parking until after 6 o'clock. Then they can tow your vehicle after 6 o'clock.
So it was in that parking lot,
Yes.
though? That's okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One more question, I'm sorry. I love reading stories about citizens who actually get a government agency to do what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
Do you have a PUC case number or something you can share with us, a case file or anything so that we can read through the
I'm sorry, I
report?
didn't bring it with me tonight, but I can get it to you guys.
I would love to see it.
Yes, I'll give you the letter, the email, and the receipt.
Yep.
and Everything.
Yep, thank you. I think this is something we can handle potentially in the future, but we'll talk about it later tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that may be it, Ms. Klosky. Thank you very much for your time tonight. Next up is Hannah Brake, here to speak about trash. Oh, sure. So you want to speak during the public hearing? Yes, it is. Thank you, Ms. Brake. Next up is Mr. Carson Green. Good evening, Mr. Green. If you could just state your name and your address for Cross Street.
Hi, I'm Carson Green, corner of Amherst and Grant. Hello, Mayor, Sierra, and City Council. I'd like to address Council regarding the Organized Residential Waste and Recycling Collection Citizens Committee outside of the limitations of the for against vote structure that has been utilized for the public hearing tonight. Our committee was formed to evaluate whether it makes sense for the city to consider a single hauler solution by taking into account citizen input. After 2 years of work, including over 23 meetings, we came to a consensus recommendation that the city should not move forward with a single hauler solution unless the specific set of requirements we gathered from citizens is included. And that was in the presentation that we gave you all last Monday night. The structure of the public hearing appears to disregard the recommendation of the committee by forming the hearing around a for or against structure that doesn't recognize that the terms matter, or even address the fact that both proposals on the table would increase cost and reduce service levels for most citizens. Personally, I'm not blanket for or against single hauler. I see the situation as an opportunity for the city to use the leverage of the size of the potential contract to negotiate to get the terms that matter to citizens by improving service levels and reducing costs. This is an opportunity to lock in the terms that are most important to most citizens, reducing or at least not increasing cost, locking in alley service for waste and recycling, and including yard waste and standard pickups. If either proposal were implemented as is, then the cost would increase and service levels decrease for the bulk of citizens. It isn't even clear what the public hearing structure means. What is for? Is it for if the recommendation of the committee is utilized? Is it for going with one of the standing proposals that doesn't satisfy the requirements of citizens? What is opposed? What is put it to a vote? What would the language of put it to a vote be? Would it include the requirements recommended by the committee based on citizen input? I'm disappointed in the oversimplification of the topic, the disregard of the details that have been communicated by citizens directly and consolidated into the recommendation of our committee. I hope council will recognize that the terms matter and move forward only if the recommendations of the committee are included in any deal that is considered. Please use this opportunity to improve things for citizens by improving service levels and at least not increasing cost, or let it remain an open market so that there is opportunity for growing haulers like little dumpsters to provide the service levels citizens care about.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Just wanted to make sure you were done.
Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Green from council? Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Green. Trying to understand what your position is. Would you be for single hauler if the requirements listed by the committee were more requirements and price point listed by the committee were met? Is that?
Well, it's not just price, it was a whole list.
Right.
You guys have that
I'm
list.
saying all the
If
requirements.
all of those were included, I'm for it.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
if any of those were removed from it, that first list, then I'm against it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your comments tonight.
Thank you.
And last up is Gary Osberg. I probably mispronounced the last name. Let me know if I got that last name correct or not. So.
Yeah, it's Osberg.
Osberg.
Yep.
Osberg.
Osberg.
Osberg, there we go. Mr. Osberg, if you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Gary Osberg at Laddie in Oxford. And on this trash thing, basically you're removing the rights of the people and the citizens of Englewood to do their own trash service. That's not your job to decide what we just need trash service. That's just wrong. I mean, there's no, what are you gonna do? You're gonna raise the property tax to cover this? Are you gonna bill us like you do on the water bill? Which I find obscured anyway now, since you went to your new water bill system. I mean, we don't get to vote on anything around here. You just guys just do whatever you wanna do. I mean, I didn't get a choice on this trash service. And that's what you're gonna do, is you're gonna ram it down our throats. That's what you're trying to do. We should put it to a vote. That's what the American system is, you know? And these amendments like international law, where do you guys get those? Is that a sustainable energy foofball or what? I mean, we're by the Constitution of the United States, not just, you know, international law. That's on my water bill. That's just ridiculous. You guys, I don't know, you just give you guys an inch and you take a mile. This is wrong, and that's all I can say. I mean, you need to put it to a vote. People of the citizens of Englewood need to know what the heck's going on, and put it to a vote. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osberg. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for speaking tonight, Mr. Osberg. And that's the final name on the unscheduled public comment, but if anybody else wanted to come and speak during this portion and the public hearing, I'll open it up now. Seeing none?
Mayor, we do have a few people online, and they did not notate whether it was for the public hearing or not, just a couple of them.
Did you want to check on those
Yeah,
names?
let's just check on that really quickly. If anybody who is joining us online and wants to speak now, if you could just, speak up, that'd be great. Oh, it looks like Patricia Ross.
That's fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay.
Good evening. I'm sorry, what was your name? Could you state your name and your address or cross street?
Absolutely. I'm Dr. Patricia Ross. I live at the intersection of Federal and Bellevue in Englewood. I'm right on the corner. I'm right on the line of Englewood and Littleton. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, please.
Awesome. Okay, good. I am opposed to this single hauler initiative. I oppose this initiative for one simple reason. This is government overreach. There's no benefit to me as a citizen for this to go forward. This would allow a trash company that you choose that may raise their price however much every year, which they don't automatically do. Why? Because I have waste management. Your concern should be for me as a citizen, not for a citizen, as a citizen, not a private residence of this community. So this isn't a tragedy, the commons economic issue or whatever progressive ideology that has pushed this initiative forward, far from it. This is you, my elected council, telling me what I need to do. There is no oversight that I can tell. As one speaker so very clearly said before, the city of Englewood is poised to make a lot of revenue from this. But how do we know that there aren't any backroom deals going on? We wouldn't know this until this was in full play. And then we'd have a whole new mess to deal with. And also, this doesn't take into consideration our elderly or low-income citizens, their ability to pay or not, their ability or not to haul their trash to their curb. To pass this initiative ignores that this group of individuals put their trash in alleys, and they've done so for years, and this initiative would take that choice away. This initiative reaches into my pocketbook, the place where you, as my elected official, needs to stay out as much as possible. This is a representative republic. That means that you are elected to represent your constituents. Whether you agree with our political views or not, you need to find out. Best case, in my mind, table the initiative. It's okay to admit that this initiative disregards the recommendations of the committee. As the committee person said, it was awesome. Move on to the next important item on the agenda. But at the very least, please put this to a vote. And it would be a clear choice for or against single hauler trash in the next election. Allow us citizens to fairly use our vote, because the vote is the vehicle through which we have been given our best, most important vote. And thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time tonight.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
And maybe we can just remind everyone, there is going to be time during the public hearing. If you'd still like to speak right now during public comment, if you could just unmute yourselves. I do see a couple of you there.
Speak.
Mr. Boaz, would you like to speak now or during the public hearing?
Now's fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mr. Boaz, if you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
I'm Dwayne Boaz. I'm at 1070 West Oxford by the Englewood Rec Center.
Go ahead, Mr. Boaz.
Okay. When Marcy Brown was speaking, and you said this earlier, I agree with what she said, 100%. I used to have waste management, and I was told that I could have the single big dumpster thing out there, and I could have up to 4 bags. No problem, no extra charge. Being a senior and disabled, I got a discount from them for it as well. And a year later, I put my trash out there. I had some extra bags. I go out to pick it up. The dumpster's empty, but the bags are sitting there. And I called them and asked them, why didn't you take the rest of it? They go, oh, we don't do that anymore. They changed what they were willing to do for us without letting us know. The same thing that the city's going to end up occurring when you pick somebody and they decide that we're not going to do that anymore. And us, the citizens, get stuck with it. Let me see here. One person was talking about a monopoly. I remember back in the 70s and 80s when my sister lived up in Frederick, and trying to call her, I couldn't afford to because it was 45 cents a minute because there was monopoly. Well, MCI came in and they broke up that monopoly, and they said, this is not fair having one provider for one utility. That's what the city of Englewood's trying to do. A few other people have said this tonight. Put it on the November ballot. Not everybody can come in here on a Zoom meeting or come down to City Hall and talk to you in front of you. But when you give me a ballot at my house that I can fill out and I can answer your question, do I want a single trash hauler or not? No. Also, the problem I had with waste management is that I never knew how much my bill was going to be, because when gas started going up, they started putting in a gas surcharge. Well, I got rid of them. I'm with another hauler right now, and they've never charged me a dime more, even with the gas going up. So I am 100% against a single provider on this. It's my right to choose, and you're taking that away from me. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Boaz. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Boaz.
Looks like our last one, I just want to give an opportunity, is Mr. or Mrs. Irwin. Were you wanting to speak now?
No, I thought I was signing up for the public hearing, and that's what we'll go with.
Okay, great. We'll come back to you. Thank you.
Anyone else, City Clerk? Seeing none, that concludes unscheduled public comment. I will pass it over to Member Anderson for response.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone who came out to speak tonight. I'll first address those of you who came to speak on trash: Ms. Dunlop Brown, Ms. Hoffman, Ms. Dickerson, Ms. Beats, Ms. Nickel, Mr. Green, Mr. Osberg, Dr. Ross, and Mr. Boaz. Thank you for speaking tonight. I'm going to refrain from really responding to anything since we have a public hearing coming up shortly on that, so I'll save that for after we've heard from all of the citizens and when we're actually having a discussion on the issue. So, but I'd really appreciate hearing from you tonight, and certainly the council has heard your positions on these things. In regard to Mr. Santolo, thank you for your presentation on the business there. I would like to make a council request on that. If we could get a kind of a history of city interactions with that business and how they, their response to any violations and where we currently stand with them. And then regarding Ms. McCloskey's parking issue, maybe a council request on that as well. Maybe one council request is fine, but two questions, I guess. One would be, what parking do we provide during the block party as a city, and what enforcement or mechanisms do we have over that particular parking lot that she was towed from, and was that a city enforced violation, or was it a private property violation that was done improperly? Thank you again, everyone, for coming out tonight, and for those of you who are still here, we'll hear from you shortly in the public hearing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Anderson. We are moving on to consent agenda items, but did we want to take a break before consent agenda items or before the public hearing? Did anybody have a preference? Break. Take a break now? We're going to take a break now. It's 8:06. If we could be back by 8:15, 10-minute break. Thank you.
just remembered he was kind of a cowboy, like taller than the ceiling and everything. Tim said,
Members of council, if you could be seated. Members of council, if you could be seated. Members of council, if you could be seated.
okay, I beat Jim, so I'm good.
All right, thank you, council. We're now moving to agenda item 9, consent agenda items. There was a request to pull 4 items, 9B3, which is the CB25, the MOU between the City of Englewood and the Colorado Energy Office to provide the contract services for energy contracting program, as well as 3 others, 9C3, 9C4, and 9C5. Are there any other items that members of council would like to pull? If not, can I get a motion to approve 9A 1 through 3, 9B 1 and 2, and 9C 1 and 2?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Now moving on to 9B3, Council Bill 25. I think we may have Director of Public Works, Mary DeAndre, Public Works Deputy Director, Chris Edelstein. I see, and Public Works Maintenance and Operations Manager, Steve Ortega, to talk about the MOU between the City of Englewood and the Colorado Energy Office and Energy Contracting Program. Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
Actually, Member Russell, do you happen to have a specific question for Director DeAndre? Your mic.
Thank you. On 9B3, I really just wanted staff to do a presentation. I'm concerned about the scope of the project and the amount of staff time required to complete this information for the Colorado Energy Office, and seeing the fact that this is not one of the priorities chosen by council and should be given more presentation time for council consideration and transparency. I mean, so there is a PowerPoint for this, correct?
There is, yes.
Thank you.
We can go through that if you'd like. So just to speak to that point, Member Russell. So in the most recent update on the strategic plan, which was adopted by City Council on April 4th, there is under sustainability and then under the sub-bullet for energy, it does talk about key projects being one is working with the Colorado Energy Office to conduct an energy performance audit on major city facilities, as well as evaluate the current Amoresco contract for continued benefit to the city, which is our solar panel contract. So Melinda Gorblish is here, our senior capital project specialist. She can walk through the PowerPoint if we can tee that up.
Sorry.
Here we go. So John Donikowski, our capital project manager, is online, and Melinda is here, and I'll let her come up and walk through the presentation.
Good evening. My name is Melinda Golblish, a Senior Capital Project Specialist with Public Works Department. This evening, the presentation is to request that City Council approve a memorandum of understanding between the Colorado Energy Office and the City of Englewood. The purpose of the project is that staff is preparing a request for proposal to solicit energy performance contracting services for city facilities and would like to use the resources of the Colorado Energy Office. The Energy Office will provide consulting at no charge, including reviews of the draft RFP, acquiring current energy and water usage information on facilities, and providing a toolkit to assist in interview questions, evaluating the energy contracting company's responses. These companies agree to a set price with the state for their services, so evaluation of the company's experience and qualifications are key. The Energy Office requires the city enter into a memorandum of understanding so they can allocate staff to provide this consulting. The purpose of the request for proposal is to select an energy service company from the Energy Office's approved list to perform investment-grade energy audits of city facilities. And of course, one focus is to evaluate the existing power purchase agreement for solar panels installed on 3 buildings to evaluate the current value of this program. The audit will also recommend new programs and technologies available to incorporate additional energy and water usage saving strategies. The purpose of the ordinance request is to allow entering into a non-binding agreement with the Colorado Energy Office to select qualified energy service companies to perform energy audits and develop recommendation, and of course to evaluate the current power purchase agreement. The Colorado Energy Office will provide the requested consulting at no cost to the city. So in summary, staff recommends that City Council approve an ordinance to allow for a memorandum of understanding between the city and the Colorado Energy Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Golblish. Sorry if I mispronounced your name there. Any questions from council? Member Russell?
Thank you. I do have some questions. In reading the information in the packet, I know that it says that we are under no obligation, but everything in the document is predicated on the fact that we're moving forward with this. And I guess one of the things I saw in here is that we will be required to provide staff to accomplish what they determine that we need. And I think that a lot of the departments are understaffed. Are we gonna have enough staff to do the things that they're asking us to do?
And to make sure I understand, is that to do the work to actually implement the different programs they recommend, or more on the side of the RFP?
Actually, I think it's under, let's see, that's page 221. I have to. So 221 is the outline of the statement of work. And so I believe that some of these things would be things that we're required to move forward with. I mean, and we can choose or not to choose, or choose not to do them. But my concern is that the 7 of us vote to move this forward, then to me, the message I believe we're sending to you is get this done and move it forward. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, we don't have to do this, but once we tell you to do it, you are going to do it.
I believe I would agree with that in getting the memorandum of understanding accepted so we can enter into that with state, we would move forward with issuing the RFP.
I'm sorry, Russell, I just have a point of information. Looking at page 221 of the packet, the outline and statement of work is with root policy research and not the Colorado Energy
Okay,
Office.
so this is the first time that I have done this on my computer, and it is driving me crazy. Hang on just a second, so then that would be back a little farther. I knew that these notes,
If it helps, the MOU is on page 169 of the
on page 169. Okay, then I probably do not have any notes there. I just remember when I wrote this down, that my question was just the scope of the project and just the memorandum of understanding. And I mean, really, this is, well, your presentation, I appreciate it. And I can't ask any more accurate points because I don't have the other questions that I can ask. And you did do what I asked you to do. You gave a presentation. I am concerned about moving forward with this because the Colorado Energy Office, we actually will be doing a lot of the work, helping the Colorado Energy Office to direct things really for, not just for Englewood, but the direction that they're going really for the rest of the state. So, and I guess that is my concern there also. So thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Russell. And actually, you were right the first time. It was 9A4 because on the website it states it's 9A4, but in my packet it says 9B3. But you were right the first time.
Right, and I mean, I knew that because when I looked at the packet, in the packet I have, it's 9B3, but on the,
Yeah.
okay,
Exactly.
thank you.
There was a mix-up. Member Woodward.
Yes, I think I need you back up. I just wanted to verify what we are doing here. This is a proposal for the audit, correct? We are not, and that's the scope of the work, is the audit.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, the RFP we're preparing will be to select companies or a company to do the audit. And then after that's completed, then we would have the options to move forward with their recommendations or not.
And I think that answers the question as I understood it from Council Member Russell, was that after that audit is complete and we get it, we don't have to do anything. We aren't committed to doing something. All we are doing is receiving the audit and then deciding what to do, if anything, after that.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Wood. Before I get you, Member Russell, I think City Manager Lewis wants to weigh in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to appreciate the question about staffing resources that Member Russell raised. We do anticipate our new sustainability coordinator taking a leading role in this alongside Senior Project Specialist Gorbelish, and we do appreciate the staffing concerns, but I think with those two individuals really in a leading role, we are well positioned just to provide the staff resources needed for the study, understanding that the consultant will be doing the bulk of the work.
Thank you, City Manager. Member Russell.
Thank you, I found it. I found the comments that I typed in here. So one of my questions is, so we're obligated to help them complete their project, staff is. That was one of my questions. One of my other concerns is that we are allowing another government organization to dictate what they think the city of Englewood needs. And I mean, I know that we need specialized training, but I am concerned about this and moving forward with this. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any other comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just one comment on this. Is now the appropriate time? I'm not asking a question.
Actually, could we make a motion to approve and then we'll open up for comments?
I move to approve 9A4.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Comments, Mayor Pro Tem.
The one thing I'm really excited about on this is actually seeing a review of our power purchase agreement. I've been skeptical of the benefits or costs of the power purchase agreement. I'm not by any means anti-solar, but I like it to be done in a way that works best for the city. And so I'm really happy to see that going forward. Just anecdotally, I had an energy audit done in my house. It is vastly more comfortable now that I have insulated my home. So I am aware of the benefits of these types of programs, and I'm all for comfort in city facilities.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonekamp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
All right. Thank you. Moving on to 9C3, Professional Services Agreement with Root Policy Research. We have Senior Planner John Vorborough here to speak on the agreement. Member Russell.
So my questions on this one, how is putting this item on consent agenda open and transparent? Is this the one for root policy? Now I'm wondering, okay. And then why are we not doing an RFP? And what is the rush in moving this project forward so quickly?
Yes, thank you for that question. So I want to let you all know that community development followed the city's procurement policy in establishing the Englewood IHOP grant contract project as an optimal sole source selection in lieu of the traditional RFP process. And it was based on the following reasons. Number one is timeliness. The DOLA IHOP grant is focused on potential housing policy changes that will be considered within the context of the Code Next Rewrite project, which, as you know, is already well underway. Both projects need to track together so that housing policy changes can be incorporated into the draft Code Next Rewrite to be presented to Council for adoption in early 2023. We also chose Root Policy Research for their qualifications. We found them to be the most qualified firm doing these kinds of projects in the metro area. They are a firm that are very focused and specialized on housing needs assessments and have done them for many communities here in the metro area. So we felt they're the most qualified. The consultants are allocating a total of 934 hours or 23.35 work weeks to this project. And we also found that root policy research hourly billable rates were found to be consistent with typical consultant billing rates that we normally experience and contract with for these types of projects. And then finally, relationships. Root policy research has worked extensively with the consultant firms that are on the Code Next Rewrite project, Gould, Evans, and Ayers Associates. And so those were the reasons that we chose to move forward with a sole source optimal selection process. Our procurement division agreed with that, and we will be able to shave off approximately 1.5 to 2 months from the process. And so if this is approved tonight, we will immediately extend a letter to proceed to root policy research, and we get started. They can start collecting the data that they need to do the housing needs assessment, and then we will be able to be ready for going out into the public process with the meetings in the summer in conjunction with the Code Next Rewrite project.
I just have one typographical error. I'm assuming this because in this attachment A statement of work, it says the expiration date is December 31st, 2021. So that's already passed and we can't do that. So I'm assuming that is a typo.
I would have to agree with that.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions, but I do have comments when we get to that point.
Thank you. Member Russell, any other questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C3?
I move to approve 9C3.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Comments? Member Russell.
Thank you. I am very concerned about the rush to move this forward. I do not believe it's open or transparent. I do believe that you have shared that part of the reason we have moved this forward, this group has worked with Code Next. It's all about getting Code Next done. And this grant didn't come till after Code Next was in the works. The bottom line, I cannot tell you how many things I saw in here that are favoring the developers. And that is the #1 complaint that I have heard from the public, especially in District 1, where the developers are given all the say and the property owners are giving no say at all. And I believe moving this forward is automatically dictating the direction that Code Next and the direction of other areas of the city are gonna be. It's all about redevelopment. Englewood is fully developed. We are not a new city where we're going to do new development. It's redevelopment, which is going to impact neighborhoods, and we need to stop that. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. Any other questions from council? Member Anderson.
I just want to go to the record disagreeing that I don't think this DOLA grant favors developers. This is something the council agreed to move forward to look at different options to provide expanded housing options in Englewood. Affordable housing is one of our biggest problems in Englewood, and allowing for opportunities for greater affordable housing is something that I'm fully in support of, and I think that this contract will move us forward towards that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Nunekamp.
Yeah, I just want to voice my support for this evening. I am so grateful and so impressed with how quickly the city moved when this grant became available after last year's legislative session. The city moved very quickly to seize free money for Englewood, which is excellent use of our resources, and I'm grateful to see us moving forward with this because we need to know how to best serve the needs of this community when it comes to housing, which is one of the most critical issues we face. And understanding what we need to serve a diverse population in the community is really important, and we do that through getting great research and great data, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results of this and how we can use it to service the citizens. So we'll be supporting this evening.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any other comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
Okay, moving on to 9C4 is the acquisition of property from Shields LLC. Director of Public Works, Maria DeAndre, as well as Deputy Director of Public Works, Tim Hose, will be here to speak. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. So I'm happy to go through the PowerPoint if that's desired.
Yes, please.
Okay. So we started with this project this came out of the Stormwater Master Plan, which was adopted in 2020 and actually moved forward. This is probably one of the largest projects in terms of cost that was identified as those initial priorities. So the intent as we looked at this, if you remember and recall, we did initial idea was to run some very large pipes down Oxford Avenue all the way through Sheridan to the South Platte River. Instead, going through this process with our design engineer, it was determined that a more effective, both from a cost standpoint as well as risk, option was to consider purchasing property and building a large stormwater detention pond south of Oxford and east of the industrial area. So two properties are being considered. They're both on the agenda tonight, and I'll walk through. Basically, this is the same presentation for both of those. We looked at the cost and constructability of building a detention pond, kind of in that general area around Windermere and Radcliffe, and we identified several parcels and focused in on these two, which is 4390 South Windermere Street and 4450 South Windermere Street. We began those negotiations to acquire, in one case, the full property and the other just a portion of it in September of last year, and we have reached settlement on the price with both of those properties. We did go in accordance with the Uniform Act. We did do an appraisal of the property. We also paid for their appraisal so that we could come to agreement on the price. There were several other negotiation points in terms of the property and what was going to be kept, what we were going to, kind of the dates of when it would work best for them, and we're bringing those before you now for consideration. So the overall project, the intent here is to build the detention pond in that green area that you see on the screen, but also to install a series of pipes from Rotolo Park, do some grading in Rotolo Park, but also bring new piping down to that new detention pond, build a very large holding area there, and then also the large pink line that runs along Oxford. We would not replace the pipes, but instead we would line them to get better velocity through there. So this just shows a little bit more detail. The 4390 parcel, that was the one that is outlined in red there. We would acquire the entire property. And then 4450, it would just be the eastern, roughly 1/3 of the property. This is a rendering from a plan view or overhead view of what that pond would look like. You can see the piece on 4350 to the south there. Shows a stilling basin, water quality detention, and that water would flow through that first area, the smaller area, into the larger pond. We have been working with the Parks Department on what that use might be as far as open space, potentially other uses, and this is where we've settled in terms of what it would look like just to be available for future programming or use. Our project schedule is such that we're looking at, we've applied for 2 different grants. One is through, or both are through FEMA, and we will find out about those later this summer. The other opportunity that we have for funding is through the Colorado Water and Power Board Association, State Revolving Loan Fund, SRF, and we were able to secure those funds. And so we can use loan funds at a very low rate. We locked in at 2.25%. Or again, we can wait for those grant opportunities through FEMA to see if those materialize and that is a grant. So we've got a couple of different timelines for construction, but the parcel at 4390 has identified another location to move to. Again, this larger parcel, they have identified another location, and so they're requesting that we close relatively as soon as possible. So with that, here's the pricing that we achieved for the negotiation. So for 4390, which again is the entire parcel, is just over $5.5 million. That represents roughly 23% of the overall project cost. And then 4450 was roughly $687,000. So we have accounted for the property acquisition in the stormwater fund. And so we're prepared to move forward. So with that, staff would recommend that we approve by resolution the resolution to purchase this property at 4450 South Windermere Street from Shields, which is the smaller parcel, for a total settlement amount of $687,000.
Thank you, Director DeAndre, and apologies to council. I did not intend this to be on consent agenda, so thank you for pulling that tonight, Member Russell. Member Russell, open it up for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I want to thank staff for all the hard work that they did, and the city attorney's office and the negotiations. And it was important for this to be on the regular agenda because a lot of the consensus in moving this forward occurred in executive session because they were property negotiations, but staff did a tremendous job and I'm very thankful for that. So thank you. And just one question that I got. So this detention pond, will Rotolo Park drain down into that detention pond also?
Yes, I can, this gives a little bit better view. So you can see Rotolo Park on the more right-hand side there with the yellow line running south. So that yellow line is new piping from Rotolo. Then it will go, the pink indicates a bore or a tunnel. So we're not gonna open cut because there's a very large hill right there that goes down to basically Windermere. So the pink represents tunneling. So there will be essentially new pipe all the way from Rotolo Park to that area that's outlined in red. Then the water would enter there and then go into the larger field or open detention pond at 4390, and then go out through existing pipe. As you can see, the yellow there going up towards Quincy. That piece would be upsized as well, and then north of Quincy, it goes into the existing line, and then out to the South Platte.
Okay, thank you. And should that take care of the, you know, I think a few times down Radcliffe Avenue from Rotolo Park, below Rotolo Park, there would be a 3 or 4 foot wall of water coming down the hill. That happened 2 or 3 times. Will that problem be taken care of by this?
It will significantly. So in the event that occurred in 2018, that was approximated at a 50-year storm event, or once every 50 years. This piping system and the detention pond will cover up to a 25-year storm. So once in every 25 years, or a 4% chance of occurring in any given year. So it is going to be significantly better. And what you what was experienced out there was that difference in elevation. So the intent is to capture it in Rotolo, move it through these pipe, and avoid having to go through private property.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward.
Yes, well, let me start right there on the detention pond rendering. The gray, what appears to be steps, are those steps or a spillway?
It's actually, yes, it's a spillway. So for
Okay.
the overflow condition that we would, if the pipe was blocked or was too full, it would go over the ground in that location.
Okay, and then my other question on that particular rendering is, it appears that there's a fence around this. Will there be a fence, or will this be open space like Rotolo?
It is intended to have a fence because in heavy storm events, it will fill with water. So, but the intent is when it's dry, people can access it. There will be a pedestrian access as well as a couple of accesses for vehicles if we need to get down there and maintain it. But the intent is to have a fence around the upper edge and then be able to have signage and whatever to warn people if they're in there when there's a rain event coming to exit.
Okay, thank you. And I assume within that, within both properties, there would be no playground equipment or anything like that because these are retention pond areas.
That's correct. Yeah, we wouldn't want anything to impede that flow nor encourage people to play there at the bottom.
It's kind of like the soccer field at Bates Logan Park, except much deeper.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other, just a point, on the map that you had showed us that shows Rotolo Park and this site together or by itself, or this is a smaller site, this particular ordinance we're looking at, but the two together and the larger site are much larger than Rotolo Park.
Yes, it is difficult to see. I think the acreage at 4450 or 4390, which is the larger, the full parcel is roughly, I want to say about 5 acres. So, and Rotolo is definitely less than that.
Yeah, it appears to be a lot larger. That's all I had. Thank you. Thank you
Member Anderson.
for your work on this.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director DeAndre. On the pipe that goes along Oxford, it's showing it in all pink and pipe repair in various places, a couple where digging are required. What is being done to that pipe as a whole?
I'm sorry, the what?
The one along Oxford all the way down to the
It's
river?
primarily 92 inches or 96 inches in diameter.
Sorry, I was asking what the repairs are that are
Oh,
being done
I'm
to
sorry,
that
I
pipe.
couldn't hear you. The
Apologies.
repairs are spot repairs, but the intent would be is to line the entire thing. So there were a couple locations where we need to open up the pipe to access the pipe and put the liner in. And then we basically have to repair the surface right there. So it's not really any specific pipe repairs other than those are the access points to be able to line the whole thing.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any other questions? Member Newnham.
I have a timeline and funding question. I see that we're, if this goes through, hoping to start construction in late summer. We're also waiting on if we get a FEMA grant. Also, we should know in late summer. Are you worried at all about starting before we have the grant information, or how are you balancing that timeline?
Yes, thank you for that. The intent would be is I think we feel that we have a fairly good chance at the FEMA grant, and so we would want to hold off until we know that. So we are prepping the construction documents, all of the particular specifications for Buy America, let's say, that would be required if we did receive a federal grant. So we're teeing it up so that we could be ready if we get the yes in this summer. So we would not move forward until we know the answer on the FEMA grant.
And what happens if we don't get the grant?
Then we would still move forward. It would just be using those loan dollars versus having a grant.
Okay. And then the estimated completion date if we start in late summer?
Yep, so it'll take roughly a year to complete. There is some benefit as well with the tunneling work. You can see where that is in relation to a lot of homes. So doing that over the winter and this fall winter and fall is probably a good time to do that work where people's windows aren't open and trying to limit that dust and noise.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C4?
I'll move 9C4.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Any comments? Member Woodward, did you have a comment or? No? All right, I'll jump in. I do want to thank just all the work done by City Manager, Public Works, the City Attorney in terms of the negotiation. I know that this is a project that's going to be saving the residents of Englewood millions of dollars. So I really appreciate all the work that went into this and obviously the next item that we'll be voting on. So thank you very much for all the work on this. Mayor Pro Tem.
I too am very excited to see this come forward. It's difficult sometimes because we discussed a lot of this prior to moving on it. We had discussions in executive session dealing with land acquisition. So a lot of residents were wondering, what are you doing about flooding? What's going to happen about flooding? You know, why does this plan look like this? What is the plan? And we weren't able to share a lot. But I think this is a big get. We get some extra green space that we can use potentially fairly often when there isn't rainwater. And the residents of District 4 benefit because this should mitigate a lot of the flooding in District 4. So I'm grateful for the work the staff put into this. I'll echo the mayor's comments. I think this is a good get, and I think it's a great way for the city to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Seeing no other comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Now moving on to 9C5. I believe the presentation was already done on 4390 South Windermere. But any other comments from council or any other questions for Director DeAndre? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 9C5?
I move to approve 9C5.
Thank you, Member Noonekamp. Could I get a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. Now we're on to agenda item 10. I'll just ask the question of council. Did any members of council want to push up any items that we have later on in the evening just to make sure we get to them now before the public hearing, or keep the agenda as is and just move forward to the public hearing? Looks like public hearing.
We have members of the public waiting to speak. I think we should handle the public hearing now.
Sounds good. All right, we'll move on to to the public hearing. So this is the public hearing to organize garbage and recycling collection initiative. Up first will be Director of Public Works, Maria DeAndre. But first, if I could get a motion to open the public hearing.
I'll move to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson,
Aye.
Member Noonekamp,
Aye.
Member Russell,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward,
Aye.
Member Wink,
Aye.
Member Woodward,
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Perfect. We'll start off with the presentation. We have Director DeAndre to give us an overview of the Organized Garbage and Recycling Collection Initiative. But before we get started, can we swear in everyone from staff that will be presenting at any point during this presentation, including
Yes.
those online?
So any staff that plans to give any testimony, if you could just please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council?
I do.
Thank you. When you do speak, if you could just state your name and title for the record, please.
You could get us started, Director DeAndre.
Yes, thank you. So Mayor, my name is Maria DeAndre. I'm the Director of Public Works for the City of Englewood. I do have the presentation available if you would like me to go through it. Otherwise, if you want to skip directly, this is the same presentation I gave last week, so it's at your discretion if you want me to go through it or not.
Do any members of council want to see an overview of the presentation tonight? No? Do we want to just skip ahead to what's new?
Okay. Yep. So again, I added I didn't add anything. I addressed the costs information that this is the one slide that I did add. So Councilman Anderson asked for a more detailed comparison of the costs. So what we were showing online was a generalized looking at trying to compare as closely as possible apples to apples. So we looked at the 7-year contract for just the uniform container to again try and make some sense out of the two different proposals in relation to what we had asked for in the RFP. So this was the information in terms of costs that was put out to the public. We did get costs for uniform container as well as the pay-as-you-throw. So we did get pricing for both a 32-gallon and a 96-gallon. There was so much detail, though, that it was hard to disseminate that. But the information that is shown here does show give that detail and summarize it in these costs. So with that, I will answer any questions and then we can move on to the public hearing.
Thank you, Director DeAndrea. Any questions from council? Anyone at all? Don't see any questions from council. I know we've been discussing this for quite a long time. I don't think anything.
I'll ask a question.
Go ahead, Member Noonekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, thank you for this information and for the continued work on this proposal. One question that has been coming up quite a bit with citizens is concerns about the quality of the service. So many, citizens in our community right now are experiencing subpar service. They're not getting their trash picked up. They're experiencing challenges. Can you explain in your purview or your perspective, do you think that the quality of the service would go up if the city were to maintain a contract for single hauler? And if we did have service issues, quality issues, how would we, or citizens or together as a city, address those concerns for citizens? Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you. Yes, the intent would be, that was an emphasis area that we talked about with the committee, as well as how we try to portray that in the RFP. So we put in a number of ways or means by which citizens could contact the company. So if we move forward, and I believe Chair Green spoke to this even last week, is that, emailing, putting in a service request at any time of the day, and then the caveat that we put in is that they would need to respond to any of those requests, whatever means they were done, within 1 business day. If they didn't, then that would constitute an opportunity for a penalty. So we built in a number of penalties, so that might be a missed pickup, it might not be responding to that service request within 1 day, dumping trash or letting trash fly out of the vehicle, polluting the area, all of those things, we had specific dollar amounts tied to those penalties if they occurred. So the intent was certainly that we wanted them to be more upfront in dealing with customer service issues, to respond to them in a timely manner and resolve them, but also that we built in penalties so that there would be some sort of clawback in terms of financial consequences to the company if those did occur.
Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Just following up on that, some of the things I've heard from public is missed pickups currently, and some people have never been missed, some people have been missed quite often, it appears, and same company, and they get credits if they get missed for a week. Is that something that we have considered, or is that considered the penalty which the city would receive, but the citizen wouldn't receive it? They wait until the next week and hopefully get picked up.
Yes, so the way that it was structured was that if there was a penalty, and I believe it was $150 for a missed pickup, that the citizen who received that or was on the receiving end of that missed pickup, didn't receive the service, would be credited for 1 month of their trash service, trash and recycling.
Director DeAndrea, I got a question for you. So in the packet, you did provide a lot of cities that were doing single hauler throughout the city. I don't believe, well, I guess a question, I'm just trying to figure out, there's a lot of volume-based pricing for some of these cities, but then I guess we did receive at least one response in terms of volume-based. Do we know who Loveland, Golden, all these other cities are using? Is it Waste Management? Is it Republic? Because it seems like Republic's the one that's actually doing the volume-based.
I'd have to go back and check on that, but I know both companies serve those different communities.
And I guess
I don't know. I don't have that breakdown.
Okay,
but
and I guess
do that if you wanted.
one of the questions that I'm trying to figure out is, are the waste management companies moving away from the volume based, or are they going to like a single container? Do we have any insight into that?
Not that I'm aware of. I think the pay-as-you-throw or the, the volume-based, which is also referred to, helps incentivize people to throw away less. So I think there is, just from a sustainability perspective, there is still a strong desire by a lot of communities to do more pay-as-you-throw as opposed to having a very large container where you can just throw in everything. So by having smaller containers, you incentivize by hopefully getting people to recycle more and throw away less. And then their costs are associated similarly.
Okay. Thank you, Director DeAndre. And Member Newnenkamp.
Yeah, on the pay-as-you-throw model, I brought this up last week as well, but I do believe Arvada is using that system, and they have significantly lower rates for that system than the RFP that we received, the proposal we received back. Do you have a sense of why Englewood is not getting rates that are more competitive with other municipalities?
Well, I think the way that it was structured, so we're asking for quite a bit of service. So we're asking the companies to go up and down all the streets and all the alleys so that we provide citizens with the option of having pickup either in the alley or on the street. Arvada has far fewer alleys to service. Many communities don't have alleys, so that is a unique aspect of Englewood. But also we've asked for other things as well. So things like the voucher system with the large item pickup. We had a lot of debate at the committee about how many items to include in there, how many times per year. All of those different things I think add up, as well as just the timing. So we are in a situation, many of those cities already have multi-year contracts that were in place likely before COVID was a factor. And now we're seeing, as several people have mentioned, rising gas prices, labor shortages, and costs for labor going up. And so I think we're reflecting that, as well as the cost pricing structure. So we're asking them to minimize or have their annual increases to be no more than CPI or 3%. That means that after X number of years, whatever the contract, that's the maximum that they can expect to receive. So they're going to work backwards and say that what do they need to charge now in order to recoup their costs over the life of that contract? So we're likely going to see a higher price at the beginning because of that. The flip side for us as a city, if we were to move forward, is that we have those guaranteed prices at no more than the 3% or the CPI.
Okay. Another question. I appreciate that because I do, I hear your comments about incentives and those kinds of things. I also think that there are some people who just produce less trash and don't want to be paying for throwing away more trash than they're actually producing. And I understand that concern. Something else in this is that there are 2 staff slated to manage this on the city side, and that's part of the administrative fee that people will incur even if they were to opt out. My understanding is that 1 staff member is just for incoming citizen questions and issues, and then 1 is to oversee the contract and some of the community education. If there's a system for service issues to go to the hauler, what is the person who's dedicated completely just to handle citizen issues? And is 2 people really needed for this project? Help me understand the breakdown of that.
Sure. So I think, that's our best guess at this point, not having this service in place. In talking to Arvada, who recently put this in place, they actually had 5 staff members dedicated to this just because of they're a larger city, the volume of calls that they're experiencing. We might likely need to have more staff at the beginning in terms of answering the calls. So yes, the company is supposed to answer those phone calls, but we know from talking with other communities, they call the city first. So we can publish that phone number, have a dedicated website, but they often will call our number first, especially for billing questions. So the dedicated person for phone calls would also handle billing questions because our utility billing staff is already focused on water, sewer, and storm sewer rates. So this would be adding to their volume of calls, and so we need somebody to address that. And then again, somebody to oversee the program, work with as complaints come in, how do they work with the company to resolve those, make sure they're communicating back to the citizens, making sure that missed pickups get taken care of, and that if we do need to incur penalties, that we're documenting and tracking that.
I appreciate that. It is a concern for me if we're paying for the customer service through the actual fee for the trash and then also paying a city staff member to handle the same concerns and the same issues. I am concerned about maybe paying twice essentially for that customer service, and it's something that I want us to be able to look at and make sure that that's appropriate. And then my last question is, Member Anderson made a comment last week about how do we put the city back in the driver's seat on this conversation and ensure that we're getting the most competitive proposals. And I know that the Citizens Committee has come forth with some of their recommendations that would significantly alter the current proposals that we have before us. Do you have a sense of how realistic in this market post-pandemic, with what we're seeing, some of those desires and requests are in getting potentially another proposal, or is there a way to put the city back in the driver's seat, or do you think that this is maybe the best proposal that we might get?
Well, I think in terms of being in the driver's seat, the market is, I think, followed a very thorough process to select solicit proposals. We can't control how many people submit, nor can we control what their prices are. What we can do is write the RFP in such a way, let's say for the Citizens Committee recommendations, just using that, I think they had a maximum price of X dollars. So if we were to write that in and somehow say, you can't do this, you have to do this, you have to do that, then the question would be, would anybody bid on that or give us a proposal? I think what, our intent would be is to go back, talk to the different proposers as well as the companies who didn't bid, just to see what the lay of the land is in terms of, what are some of those sticking points. We did have meetings with the committee, with the waste haulers to ask questions. That was in an open public forum. And, again, I think there's probably ways to restructure an RFP, but I don't know that we're in the driver's seat or how we would structure that to be more so than what we are right now.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell, sorry.
Thank you. So Director DeAndrea, did either respondent meet all of the requirements of the second RFP?
They did not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, we will now open it up to the public. So we do have quite a few here present. We also have several. Is the city clerk there? Oh, there you are, yeah. I was gonna say, I know you're there, but so we have several online as well. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go, since we do have an opposing, a favoring, and people online, if we could just start online, the favoring, then the opposed, and just go one at a time through each. So
I think also, since we do have so many people here, I think if everybody who's going to provide testimony, if they could just stand up and we'll just do the swearing in all at once. And then when you come up to speak, you can just state your name and address for the record. And for those of you online, if you could also do the same, please.
And if you could, for those online, if you could turn on your camera as well.
If you're able to, yes, that'd be great. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this matter now being heard by the Englewood City Council? Thank you. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Irwin, if you want to go ahead and start online, we can, we're going to set the timer for 3 minutes.
Okay, I wasn't thinking we'd be first, and we'd be repeating a lot of the things that were discussed in the open session. And I assume most of those will come up again. It's hard to say we're for or against the proposal because it is unknown. I wonder if we'll even get any proposals once to put the hammer down and say they got to provide alley pickup and so forth. We don't have an alley. Our big concern is right now, we, like quite a few people in our senior age, spend the winter in sunnier climates. And with Waste Connections, we're able to suspend our service for 6 months. So this would double our service unless we could opt out. It sounds a little vague on the opting out as to whether we could opt out for 6 months, opt back in. opt back in for the next 6 months and keep continuing that for the rest of our lives. Certainly we could hand the administration fee would be very understandable. That was one of our main concerns. We would support people who need alley pickups, senior citizens, so forth. Do you have any comments, Linda?
Well,
My wife's kind of tongue tied.
yeah.
Anyway, we're pretty much in agreement. We think many of the concerns, cost and all that were discussed in the open session will come up again for the people who insist that they will only consider this portion in their vote on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Actually, Mr. Irwin, if you're able to state your name and your address, we didn't get that at the beginning, or your cross.
I'm sorry. Ivan and Linda Irwin, 4025 South Jason Street.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council for Mr. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Irwin. And I'm going to ask this to everybody, so I'll make it quick and get everybody familiar with it because I'm curious. Are you opposed to single hauler in principle, no matter the deal, or are you opposed to the specific proposals that we're looking at?
No, not opposed. Like I say, it depends on the deal, and we could see advantages to it. The other thing my wife reminded me of is the yard waste hauling.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. and Mrs. Irwin, thank you very much for your time tonight. I'm now moving on to one favoring. It's Mark Petrovich. Mr. Petrovich, if you have 3 minutes, if you're able to state your name and your address or your cross streets.
My name is Mark Petrovich. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I am with Republic Services. The address is 5075 East 74th Avenue in Commerce City. So again, my name is Mark Petrovich. I'm the Municipal Services Manager for Republic. I handle all the city contracts. So I'd like to thank you and thank Englewood for the opportunity to participate in the proposal process and commend the city for taking time to inform residents on the program while allowing public input. So I'm not here to present anything. I'm here to provide a little clarity on some questions that I hear over and over. Councilor Nunnenkamp with the pricing. Why is the pricing higher in Englewood compared to other cities? Republic, we do service Arvada, we service Golden, we service Commerce City. The reason being is all of those cities have alleys and they have curbside. But when you service them, you service one or the other. You go through, you pick up the alley, or you're picking up curbside. What's different in Englewood is you're asking for that to be all in the same block. So you have to service it twice, right? You're running a rear load down the alley, you're running a side load down the front of the street. So that's where your price is coming in because it's the operational cost is double. You have, instead of running alley routes, right? If you have cities that have alleys tend to be in Old Town generally, or sometimes there's new developments that have garages in the back, those would be considered an alley, but you build routes around areas that have alleys and you're running a truck through those alleys. In Englewood, you have to run both. You have to run a rear load and then you have to run a side load to go get the front. So that's where the cost is coming from. So when I hear hypotheses of, haulers have the upper hand or this or that, we're just building a financial model on what the city has asked for. That's what it comes down to, right? If I have one truck, which costs $400,000 per truck, but if I have to get two, then I'm at $800,000. And that's all it is. It's just a financial model, and that's where it comes from. So I just wanted to provide some clarity. Also, there was a comment this evening that said this was a waste of time, that no hauler could compete with Waste Management. They were eschewing, they had the business. I disagree with that comment. The comment came because Waste Management owns the Oxford transfer. It's very common in our industry for us as competitors to share infrastructure, right? We're all about efficiencies. We utilize each other's landfills. We utilize each other's transfer station. Whether they own that transfer station or not, we're gonna take volume to them. All of Sheridan volume, all of Edgewater volume that we serve, they come to the Oxford transfer station. It's just an efficiency game. So whether Waste Management had it or Republic had the contract, the volume is going to that transfer station based on efficiency. So I just wanted to provide a little clarity. I'm not here to speak for or against, just to provide clarity on some of the questions that I've been hearing through the committee and through council and through meetings. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Petrovich. Member Russell.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Petrovich. So do you currently pick up in Englewood?
We do. It's open market, and we have a small market share, but we do. So we are one of the haulers that we will do alley and we will do curbside, but we do have subscription customers in town.
So you do both on the same block now? I mean, side pickup at some homes and alley pickup at other homes?
We do, but when we come to Englewood, we use just a rear load. Now you're talking over 9,000 customers. I have far less than that, right? So we're running one route and that one truck is doing both. With the number of homes, 9,000 homes, you wouldn't run a rear load. It's not fast enough to pick up everyone because a rear load you have to get out, you have to hand load as opposed to an automated arm for everyone that's curbside. So you change the structure when you're servicing all 9,000 people.
Okay, thank you. And then, if this council decides not to do single hauler trash, would you continue to pick up for people in Englewood if they chose to use you?
Of course, yes. We would still be open to providing subscription service.
Okay, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Yes, I have just a question about the front or the side and the rear load. Side load only for a truck is only one operator, correct?
Correct.
And rear load is a driver and somebody that's
and
loading.
a helper on the back. Generally, it doesn't always work that way, but more often than not, you have a driver and you have a individual on the back.
Right. Okay. I have another question. On your trucks, are they both gas or gasoline or diesel and natural gas? Some of them natural gas?
We run both. So out of our Commerce City yards, 70% of our fleet runs on RNG, renewable natural gas, and with 30% run on diesel. And so we do have a mix of both, a clean burning diesel and RNG.
Okay. Very good. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question for you, Mr. Petrovich.
Sure.
So I guess just a hypothetical, if we were to rewrite the RFP that stated only certain blocks would require alley pickup, because I know that there's certain blocks that are very steep, like Sherman, on the northwest part of the city. Would that make a difference in terms of pricing for proposals, or?
You know, Mayor, it may, right? If we received an RFP and we could map it out, right? If we could look at it and map it out and run routes differently, then most certainly. So you can see from the other communities that we serve where the rates are at, and again, it's a financial model. If we put that together and there was a cost savings, we most certainly would propose a different rate based on how we could run a route if there were certain blocks that were alley and other areas that were we did all front side load in front of the house. We didn't have to circle it twice.
Okay. And the second question, just because you do single hauler in other municipalities, has Republic seen an increase in recycling, composting with cities that are doing single hauler versus those that don't?
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, so you're seeing an increase. The increase in recycling really ramps up by 10 percentage points or more when you add composting, just because it's heavy, it's wet waste. And unfortunately, recycling tends to be lighter and it's all done by the ton and not the yard. So cities that add compost, you generally are going to be around 38 to 45% diversion. Cities that are just trash and recycle, you'll be in the 22 to 26% range, and you're probably in the 15 to maybe 20% diversion if it's just a subscription program, because on average for Republic, 50% of our subscription customers pay extra for recycle and 50% are trash only.
Thank you. Member Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Petrovich. My question is kind of the inverse of the mayor's on the alley pickup. Would it likewise result in a savings if we said only certain blocks would be street pickup, but most that had alleys would remain in the alley? Or would that be more expensive than
Well,
the
I mean,
street side?
yeah, I mean, so alley's gonna be a little more expensive because you have two drivers instead of one, and it's a little more labor intensive, but you're still cutting out a sizable piece of capital if
Okay.
you're removing the side load trucks and running the majority of it alley.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yep.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Thank you for being here this evening, and thank you for the information about the cost in the alley and the curbside. Can you help us understand holistically, when you're looking at cost for a service like this, there's a lot of things that were in our RFP, things like yard waste, things like large item pickup. Which one of those is the alley really the main driver when we're looking at the cost, or are there other pieces that are a significant portion for us? How are we thinking about the pie?
So the alley is the main driver. How we have to service it per the RFP is the main driver of the cost. Now, Republic did not offer the I can't think of the word, like the 2 tickets or tokens or whatever residents get for the bulks. We did not bid that because we know how the bulk works, right? If you have 18,000 tickets out there for people to use bulk and they can be interchanged amongst people, if you divide that out with 52 weeks and 5 days of service a week, that's 69 potential bulk pickups a day. We have to run an entire route dedicated just to bulk. That gets to be very expensive. It's even more expensive than what we bid. And so, people may say, well, you're never going to take advantage. No one's going to use all 18,000. Well, we have to assume you will, right? We have to be prepared to handle that work if it comes our way. And we can't say, well, maybe 50% of the people, we can't operate that way. And so we didn't offer that. What we did is we said people can pay to play. They can pay for a bulk pickup and we would schedule it, or we would run events. So in our VADA that we service, we run events. We bring 20 roll-offs. We cycle through 80, twice a year, but people have to bring it to us. We understand that's an inconvenience. We get it. But that's how we run the event in our VADA. That's how we would run it here. So that wasn't the driver of your price. It's really the service and how we have to operationally pick up the city.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you. And my understanding also is that your proposal did not include an opt-out feature for citizens, and if citizens did want to opt out, they would still need to pay a minimum service fee. Is that correct?
Correct. So the opt-out fee has been a big deal in every city that we have a contract with. So when there's an opt-out, people get upset because they're like, I'm opting out, why is there a fee? And the reason there is a fee is because when you build a model around efficiency, you build it around picking everybody up. And when you start opting people out and opting people out and opting people out, you're back to a subscription service. You're picking up 1, you're skipping 4, you're picking up 3, you're skipping 2. That kills the efficiency. The reason cities contract is the efficiency gain is you're picking up everybody. And so most cities have an opt-out fee of the lowest rate there would be, like in a pay-as-you-throw program. Let's say it's $10 a month for a 32-gallon. People would pay the $10 a month to opt out and pick another hauler because that allows us to have the efficiency and give those pricing to everyone that is participating. Englewood wanted to do an opt-out after 1 year. I spoke against that in committee meetings. I was never for it because the concept that we could go buy 7 or 8 trucks, millions of dollars of capital, and that we would be able to absorb that cost in 1 year and allow residents to opt out, that's not how it works. When the model's put together, a 7-year contract, that capital is amortized over 7 years, not 1 year. That's why we were not in allowance of you have to be in the program for 1 year, but then you can opt out. It doesn't work financially.
And if citizens were to opt out, what would the minimum service fee be?
The minimum service fee would be the
monthly?
the container, yeah, the $21. I don't off of memory.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Petrovich, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Moving on to one of the opposing, it's Stacia Shard. Hello, Stacia. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
My name is Stacia Chard. I live at 3901 South Alati Street. Thank you, City Council. I just want to say I had a chance to watch the replay of the City Council meeting last week, and there were some good points and some bad points, but I'm still not sold on the single trash hauler. I'm still against it because I strongly believe that I should be able to pick who I want to pick up my trash and be able to negotiate my own and feel that if I have a problem to call them directly. I know that if we go to the single trash hauler, the only way to express if something was going wrong was by email. I pay every 3 months for my trash. So I have curbside. And so I just feel that the mandatory, contract thing and specific company picking up my trash is just, I just feel that I should be the one to make that choice, not the city council. So the information was really good. The trash committee did a really good job in researching everything. There were some good points, but I'm still not sold. I have it with Waste Connections, and I pay every 3 months. I was able to negotiate a price last year because I had problems going to pay my bill. And so that's what I like, to be able to talk to them personally and negotiate something. So I don't know what's going to happen if someone can't afford to pay their trash bill and it's added on the water bill. So there's just so many questions. I'm still not sold. I felt that these two proposals, it didn't catch my eye. It didn't say wow. So I feel that we should have a right to pick who we want to pick up our trash. And I don't use recycle. I don't even hardly have a lot of trash. So I just urge the city council to vote no on this and let the citizens decide who they want to use for their trash. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chard. Member Anderson, Ms. Chard. Ms. Chard, Member Anderson has a question.
Just to clarify, are you opposed to trash single hauler in principle or these specific proposals?
What was that?
Are you opposed to single hauler in principle or just these two proposals specifically?
I like my trash hauler.
Okay.
And I've used them for so long. I've used waste management before. And it's nothing, my parents have a single haul trash here in Highlands Ranch, but, they like, I'm not sure what they pay. I just feel that it's taken away my choice. If there was a better proposal than what was proposed, then maybe. But I think there needs to be a little bit of flexibility.
Okay,
But
so it
I
sounds
don't
like
want-
you're kind of in between. You're
Yeah,
a little bit in
exactly.
principle and a little, okay,
Yeah,
very good. Thank you for that answer.
It's just, I guess, I just like who I have. And I don't know, this is all new to me. I mean, I think City of Englewood is different from other counties and what they, I don't know.
Thank you. That's a sufficient answer. I appreciate it.
It's just how I feel, and maybe don't want to get rid of my trash hauler because I make them feel bad, because they've worked with me, in the past, so, it's
Thank you, Ms.
kind
Chard.
of like, it's hard to get rid of something or try something new, but I just feel that I should have that right to pick who I want to pick up my trash, and because I don't use a lot of the recycle.
Okay.
Sometimes I don't even put my trash out because I don't have a lot of trash. And I've gotten creative in getting rid of a couch. I just
Thank
have
you.
a hammer.
Ms. Chard,
day.
you're kind of straying from
Yeah,
my
I
question.
just
Thank you.
hammered-
I feel like
yeah.
I've had the question sufficiently answered.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time and your testimony
Yeah.
tonight.
So, it's if there was something better, maybe, but for right now, I'm just totally against it.
Thank you, Ms.
You
Chard.
guys did a great job in presenting the information, but, it didn't wow me.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, Ms. Chard.
yeah, you're welcome.
Moving on to someone online.
Diane Atkinson, are you there? Can you please provide your testimony, please? There she is.
Well, yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. If you could state your name and address or cross streets for the record, please.
Diana Atkinson, Dartmouth, and Fox.
Okay, you're all set.
I agree with everything that's been said about not having a single hauler. I want my choice. I like who I have. I like being able to deal with them directly, and it's very, very simple. If who I'm using does not give me good service, I'll go somewhere else. And the haulers know that. So I have gotten very good service from who I use, which is Waste Connections. And they have grandfathered us in. We've had the service for so long. They changed their policies, but they grandfathered us in. If we change to a different one with a single hauler, my service will be cut basically in half. And I like to be able to deal directly with who's serving me. And that's basically it. I just want my freedom of choice. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Atkinson, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank
Moving
you.
on to, I get these in order. Next up is Dane Borman. Good evening, Mr. Borman. If you could just state your name and your address or cross streets.
Yeah, Dane Borman. I'm at Tufts in Huron. I served for the last 2 years on the Organized Waste and Recycling Committee. We had 23 meetings over 16 months. It was contentious at times. We had a lot of really interesting discussions. And as a result, I feel like we really didn't leave too many stones unturned. We really looked at a lot of different issues from a lot of different ways. And at the end, we actually did come to a pretty good consensus, which was a pretty unique thing for our committee. We actually voted on that list of recommendations that Director DeAndre presented to you last week. It was actually a pretty unifying part for our committee. I do admit that none of the first or second rounds of RFPs actually satisfied everything we wanted out of the committee, but I think that was actually a learning experience for us too, because we can't have everything that we want. Okay, what we need to learn to do is prioritize and actually try and get the best service for the best price. Some of the things that I thought were important for us, the pros, cost I think actually could be improved because we did kind of shoot for the moon. We recommended that we try and bring the cost down to under $25, including that service fee, so it would actually be lower. I looked up today, the cost for waste services, which is the low-cost trash hauler, is now $28 a month. So we'd be actually underneath that if we could come into that $25. And I also think that the predictable price increases is a big selling point for it as well. That 3% rise is huge. 17% increase in my bill came through waste management last month. And so this can be a big change for Englewood, I think, for the positive. I actually do think that service could be improved as well, mostly because every single house on every single block will be serviced by the same hauler. We don't have to worry about them picking up one and then 4 houses down picking up another. They're less likely to miss specific areas. In terms of the efficiency, I actually think that could actually be a benefit possibly to our streets and alleyways. I live on a relatively steep alleyway. They come up from the Greenbelt and the trucks tear up the alleyway all the way through there. Luckily, I don't have to drive that way very often, but it is definitely a concern. I also think customer service could be improved through this proposal because actually one of the best things that came out of it was we talked about penalties for missed pickups. We talked about penalties for problems with service and penalties for all these different issues. And we talked about a bunch of those sort of things. I actually do think increasing our recycling as a part of our community would really help as well. And I also think that the aesthetics of the community could be improved as well because not having garbage out every single day of the week. would be wonderful. And I think I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Boardman. Actually, was he out of time? It was just, it should. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Boardman. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't know if you're comfortable sharing this information or not, so.
Sure.
How much do you pay currently? And is it more or less than what the proposed rate is?
Significantly more than the proposal is.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we actually renegotiated back down, but it was still above the proposal.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Member Nunekamp.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for all of your work on the committee. I know it's been a long haul. You mentioned, you know, the committee came together with these with things that you wanted at the end.
Yeah.
Those things are not in the proposals that we have before us.
Correct.
Do you support moving forward with the ones we have, or going back with another RFP for what the committee is asking for?
I think we should try and renegotiate a little bit because again, we are shooting for the moon and we've kind of come around to an idea of what we really need. And I think actually, you know, sitting here, a lot of this stuff could actually, a lot of the concerns of the citizens could actually be eliminated by actually some of these changes. And yeah, generally I think that the renegotiation of the proposals may be appropriate.
Okay, it's helpful. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Mr. Boardman, thank you very much for your time
Thank you.
tonight. Up next is Paula Beveridge. Good evening, Ms. Beveridge. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
My name is Paula Beveridge. I live at Stanford and Clarkson. I'm opposed to the citywide trash proposal. Like Englewood, I have to control my cost. I have to manage my cost. I'm retired along with my husband. And I also have a 95-year-old mother who I manage her household as well as my household. I cover many of her expenses because she is on a very, very limited income. And this proposal would cause additional cost to me. And it would be a burden to my budget as well. I understand you guys have budgets, everybody has a budget. And this proposal would really cost me more than what I am paying now. I also like my freedom to choose. I like the ability to be able to pick up the phone if I'm not happy with one carrier, one provider. I will pick up the phone and I will negotiate a price with the new provider. If you put this proposal through, you're taking that right and that privilege away from me. I don't like that. So let's think about what we're doing and let's really make this a ballot issue so that everybody can have a choice in what they're saying and what they want to do with their personal lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beveridge. Any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Beveridge, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Moving to online.
Our next speaker is Judy Dunlap. Ms. Dunlap, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If you could just state your name and cross streets for the record, please.
Judy Dunlop, Bates and Acoma. The organized trash committee, blah, blah, blah. Who can even remember the name of the committee when the common reference is single hauler? Language is so important when communicating with the public, unless there is a reason to create confusion or lack of understanding of the topic and the specific details. I listened to the March 29, 2022 meeting of this committee. I did not appreciate the references being made about a for and against constituency or a push by city government to move this forward. I have felt a lack of transparency once again with the city staff and their interactions with the trash hauling companies. The minimum costs that are being proposed are higher than what I am paying. Regarding large trash pickups twice a year falls very short of the unlimited pickups weekly that I have for lawn waste materials and additional bags that can be set outside of the huge 96-gallon container. I personally share the sentiments of the other citizens on the one size fits very few trash containers. I only have a small bag of trash, as others have stated, and that is not limited to only seniors, but can also be single citizens or others that may be disabled and cannot maneuver such a large container. From the inception of the push for single hauler service to be implemented and managed by the city of Englewood, why were examples of cities such as Arvada and Golden used as a preference and a premise instead of our sister city, Sheridan? There was an article in the Denver Post in 2014 about Sheridan's move to a single hauler service being managed by their city government. The 5-year contract was awarded to Republic with one dissenting vote from a council member. The residents of Sheridan were also greatly opposed to single hauler service. The city does the billing and claims to making no money off of the contract. Citizens could use their previous hauler, however, they still must pay their trash bill from the city, whether they use the company or not. The citizens commented about how this might work after a period of time, and pretty soon more trucks from other haulers would be back on the streets. That appears to be true currently, as waste management looks very alive and well in Sheridan, Colorado. And it may be noted the same talking points that have been spewed out in Englewood since inception of this discussion seem to resonate in other municipalities as well. I am opposed to the RFPs and this initiative for the following reasons. Citizens will be impacted by going to a city-run commercial billing system. The majority of Englewood citizens have alleys for garbage collection, and that should not be a reason for refusal of service. Large item disposal must be a service provided. An opt-out feature after 1 year of service with a single hauler and requiring an administrative fee imposed for making that decision is unacceptable.
Ms. Dunlap, can you finish up your comments? You're over your
Yes.
time.
Okay. No senior citizen or military pricing was offered. Smaller waste and recycling containers are not being made available. Composting is a viable service, but was never addressed. Chair Green is asking what is the rush when there are so many areas where the RFPs fail to address single services at a competitive rate. And I agree with Chair's recommendation that these proposals should be rejected now.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap. Actually, Ms. Dunlap, towards the end, your comments started breaking in and out, so I'm not sure if it was your microphone or not, but we appreciate your time. I'm not sure if you have written comments that you could also send into council, but if you're able to.
Yeah,
please do.
I just wanted to say, may I say one other thing with regard to Member Anderson? Of my feelings with regard to what happened in Westminster in 2017. It was defeated by City Council. There was only one dissenting vote for because they could not meet the citizens' needs. They could not negotiate. It was not in favor of, the people were not in favor of the single hauler.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Dunlap, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on to Beth Boardman. Good evening, Ms. Boardman. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
Hi, I'm Beth Borman. I live at Huron and Tufts, and I just have a few comments. First of all, I just wanted to say I live right by Rotolo Park, and I have seen mattresses blocking the drain, contributing to flooding. I have seen trash blocking the storm drains in the streets in 2018, July, contributing to the flooding. So I think if we had a trash service with regular large item pickup, it might help take care of that issue. My neighbors across the street do not have trash service. Their trash frequently blows into everyone else's yards. They save up their trash in the back of their truck and take it somewhere. I don't know where. It's kind of crazy. Thanks, Peanut Gallery. It's been a fun night. Also, the one reason that I don't think the actual contract of a single hauler should be put to a vote is because if the details of a contract should need to be changed, then it would also need to go to a vote. So that could be very complicated. We vote for you to work out all of those details. If it's a straightforward issue that the citizens can vote on in a straightforward way, that is not timely, it's not requiring something quickly, then yeah, let's vote on it. But if it's something that's complicated with a lot of details that requires negotiation, that's why we have you. That's what we vote for you for. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Boardman. Any comments from council tonight? Ms. Boardman, thank you very much for your time. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Anderson.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Boardman. So are you in favor of one or both of the proposals that are on the table right now, or are you interested in renegotiation as well?
Renegotiation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Thank you, Ms. Boardman. Moving on to CM Dickerson. And honestly, I should have probably done it on the last one, but can we just show respect for everybody that's giving their time tonight? No snickering, no comments made to each other. Everyone's voice is equal tonight, so if we could just show respect for everyone that's speaking, I would appreciate it. Good evening, Ms. Dickerson. If you could just state your name or your address and your cross streets.
Gotta get set up here. Kind of threw me a curve, so I had to revise my speech. C.N. Dickerson, Bates, Pennsylvania. This proposal is not an initiative. The RFP was not developed or published according to the rules in CRS 3015-401, and it's not a citizen initiative per the Charter, Article 645. I can read it for you, but the Charter is very clear how initiative has to happen. CRS 3015-401, parentheses 7, also says that no city can compel residents to use the city selection hauler where there are available haulers that are compliant with local code. Even the Organized Trash Committee has rejected this RFP. The reasons set forth as advantages are not accurately stated, and there's no evidence for them, and there's a lot of evidence against it. In the community meetings of 2019, the Public Works Director in the Q&A published answered a question and said the contract would provide for 3 volume levels of trash, and it doesn't. And the price would be commensurate with the size. This is a 32-gallon bag. I can't even move a 32-gallon bag, but the 96 one is impossible for me to move.
Ms. Dickerson, can you please speak into the microphone?
This is my trash can. It takes me 2 months to get it that full because I don't make trash. I compost for myself. I recycle with the Alliance Center for hard to recycle items. I collect them from other people. I have no trash to put out. The current code requires that trash trucks be regulated as to size. There's a lot of licensing issues. If trucks do damage, is that an enforcement failure? How will single hauler with mandated recycling, which will increase the number of trucks, solve this perceived damage with reduced services and increased cost? There should be no bulk pickup. That just encourages people to throw out more stuff, and I shouldn't have to pay for it. There's all kinds of ways to get rid of bulk items, and it's not particularly costly. Until abandoned or put out for trash, our property remains our property. It is not the job of council to mandate with whom we contract. Efficiency, a dictator is efficient. I shouldn't have to pay because they want to pick up every single house. and the number of trucks will be doubled with the recycling.
Can you wrap up your comments, Ms. Dickerson?
Yes. There is no incentive for recycling this way, and I should not have to pay for trash that I don't have or recycling that I don't have.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Any other comments any questions from council? Seeing none, Ms. Dickerson, thank you for your time tonight. Moving on to online.
Ms. Beats, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you could just state your name and cross streets for the record, please.
Pamela Beats, Floyd, and Delaware. I'm opposed to the single hauler trash initiative, mainly because of cost, and I don't see a significant improvement in services. I feel some of the fees for opting out and even for recycling are more like being penalized. You know, with the low rate of recycling and recyclable materials actually being utilized, you know, the recycling can is just another garbage can. And I find that unfortunate, but that is my opinion at the moment. And I would like to say I agree with Mr. Green and Dr. Ross from their earlier commentary. And I would like to respond to Mr. Petrovich from Republic, if I have that correctly. I had Republic Trash. They were one of the best trash companies I had used. And I ended up having to switch because they refused to come down my alley any further or any longer. And then when Waste Management just recently refused to do alley service, Republic was one of the companies I called, and they said they didn't service my area, and even if they did, they wouldn't come down the alley. So I find that a little bit confusing. You know, honestly, I would love it if Republic was my trash company again. But I just don't feel this initiative or this proposal actually answers all the questions we residents need in terms of cost, service, being forced to recycle if we don't want to, or pay for it if we can't afford it. I don't know that we'll have any real redress for problems. I mean, I haven't had a accurate water bill. I don't have a lot of confidence in that. And I think your responsibility as our city council is to protect the residents and put our best interests. And I believe that is what you're trying to do, but I don't think this initiative is actually doing that. So thank you. I think that's what I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Beats. Member Anderson.
Ms. Beats, my question is, would you, hearing what you're saying, would you consider being supportive of single hauler trash if we were able to get a better price and better services, or a service that meets some of the criteria of the organized committee?
It's a possibility, but honestly, it's kind of an outside possibility. I felt I had better service and lower rates when there was more competition. And I think Mr. Green actually had an interesting point of supporting smaller trash companies instead of just a couple bigger trash companies. And I understand some of the problems in having a business. My grandparents had a business, my parents had a business. So I can understand they want to know what their numbers are and what their profit might be. However, I think personally, I was better served.
You've actually answered my question. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but we do have a lot of people to
Right.
get through tonight, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any other questions? Seeing none, Ms. Beats, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on to Kevin Wright. Good evening, Mr. Wright. If you could just state your name and address or cross street.
Yep, my name is Kevin Wright. I live at Tufts and Julian. Tonight, can you discuss policy being presented to you by the Director of Public Works and the Care Committee that's been full of deceit and deception in my eyes? Since my 5 minutes has been reduced to 3 minutes, I'll not beat around the bush. I'm opposed to single hauler trash. Director and committee claim that several trash trucks driving on our roads cause damage and I fully agree with them. Trash trucks are very heavy, but so are trucks that are full beyond capacity. I believe that having trash trucks in our neighborhood picking up every house can overload a truck. Long-haul trucks and their contents can weigh 80,000 pounds. However, the shorter wheelbase of a garbage and recycling truck results in a much lower legal weight, usually around 51,000 pounds. Since these trucks weigh about 33,000 pounds empty, they have a legal payload of about 9 tons. When they leave the landfill empty, they expose our roads to 16 tons of heavy machinery. When they return to the landfill, the weight has grown to approximately 25 tons, which causes more damage to our roads than a 10-ton vehicle. They drive on our main roads, in our neighborhoods. When the weather changes and the trash gets wet, it becomes heavier. Also becomes hard for a 25-ton truck to stop in a heartbeat. The next problem I have, number 2, director and committee claim less noise, less emissions, less gas consumption. My rebuttal to that: when you go to Englewood Waste Management website, it states trash and recycling pickup in Englewood, Colorado in the header. Below that, on the third line, it clearly states the following: we also invest in cleaner burning CNG trucks that emit nearly 0 emissions and run quieter in your Englewood, Colorado neighborhood. I just heard a Republic spokesman say the same thing, and they've got a 70-30 over there. Thanks to the Dad's facility in Arapahoe County, enough natural gas is being produced to power 25,000 homes in the Lowry area right now, and providing gas to run those vehicles. Public Works directly stated competitive bidding, disparity in the amount of being paid each month, wide range of costs across the board, random increases from service providers. We have each all experienced everything that she quoted. It was not until I attended a city council meeting that I was well informed of waste services providing more for a lower cost than waste management. Impressed council member Woodward so much that he got rid of his service and went with them as well, enjoying paying less for his trash pickup. When I had waste management, they steadily increased my billing, took away my services that we had originally agreed to when I hired them to remove my trash. I consider this to be bait and switch, pretty much.
Mr. Wright, can you wrap up your comments?
I sure can. No moral company would ever do that to a loyal customer. Now the Public Works Director and the committee want to give me less, make me pay more, and promised me my rate will climb 3 to 5% in the future. Tell me how this does not match what waste management's unscrupulous business practices, other than I was warned and forced to use a provider that I have previously fired.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Any questions from council?
No, all right.
Seeing none, Mr. Wright, thank you for your time. Next up, no one from online? Okay, so we're just inside now. Moving on to, I think it's Brian Carr.
Hi, my name is Brian Carr, and I live at at 4787 South Galapago Street, and been living in Englewood for 22 years, and I love the community. We've had the same trash hauler for the past 22 years. We've been able to negotiate alley pickup. We had issues with things not being picked up, and we were able to resolve it with the company themselves. I believe that we should have competition. I believe in a free market. I do oppose the single hauling proposals that I've been told about, and I did have notes that I was going to bring up here, but everybody seems to have touched on some of the same points. I don't want to reiterate those points because there's many people that want to speak, and if they have further points, I would love for them to speak about those. I just want to put myself on the record as opposing the single haul proposal at this time, and I think it is a breach of the free market that we enjoy here. I think that with a free market, we have better services, we have more competition, we have better pricing, and I agree with others who have negotiated with their haulers that they got better service when they were able to call them directly and speak to the people. So that's just my point of view, and I wanted to have that on record. This is the first time I've ever done this, so thank you for having me here, and I appreciate you giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. And Mr. Carr, before you walk away, one question from Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. So are you opposed to all
I did
single
say I
hauler
was
in
opposed to
principle?
the single hauler. Yes, I am opposed to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Next up is Danielle Carr. Good evening, Ms. Carr.
Hi, and you received my photos earlier, so I won't be referencing them, but you did get those a long time ago, so those were from me.
Name and cross streets or
I'm
address.
Danielle Carr, and I wasn't gonna state the whole address, but my husband did that, so we're at Galapagos and Layton. My large family lives on an old block, and our trash collection is on the alley. We do not have a garage or shed out front, and so our home sits very far back. Street collection would be nearly impossible for us, and so we keep our cans in the backyard because we do not have easy side access to the front, as you can see in those photos. We cannot reconfigure our home just to accommodate mandated trash collection if it were to go onto the street. We don't want to have to move either just because of trash pickup. It was stated at last week's meeting that this decision aligns with community goals. So I ask, goals of whom? Did you do a full neighborhood study? Did you ask all the elderly, single women who have one bag of trash per week, large families like mine who fill many trash cans? I did. You sent out a postcard, a very biased postcard, but out of the 1,742 respondents, this is still only a fourth of the population of Englewood. Is this enough to get an accurate representation of the majority? Are the pros and cons the views of the committee or that of your neighbors? I asked several of my neighbors, and they all think single hauler trash is not a good idea. And they had no recollection of getting a postcard because it came at the same time as a bunch of older political mail, which was all the same size and shape. This should go on the November ballot. We do not have an HOA in Englewood. Common goals are going to vary greatly in Old Englewood. Mr. Petrovich explained this very well, that this will be very expensive due to the construction of our old city. We have had waste management for the last 22 years, but I disagree with forcing everyone to use their service. And aside from the problems we did resolve on our own during 2020, we've appreciated their service in the alley, their respect for our need for multiple trash cans that we provided ourselves because our alley sits so far back. We pay for unlimited weekly service because it's what we need as a large family. We also choose not to commercially recycle because it usually ends up in landfills on other continents. Nor do we compost due to it attracting large amounts of mice, raccoons, foxes, and skunks. I don't want a voucher twice a year to have to do what I'm currently doing. I don't want to have to opt out to try to keep my current service. I don't want to have to pay you so that I can pay my own bills, even if it's $2. And I really do not want to have to fight for this. We have the privilege of having a constitution. We have freedoms that other nations greatly desire. Our constitution is not outdated and it does not need revising. We are blessed to have a choice as to which companies we pay to provide services we want. Is it for the council to decide at what stores we all shop? Whose common good would that serve? Are we not proud to be Americans due to the liberties and freedoms we all enjoy? It is not yours or the government's job to do my job. I don't co-parent with the government, and I don't need any of you to make decisions for me and what's best for my family. Keep Englewood clean, safe, and quiet, but please don't tell me who to pay for my business services. I am 100% against trash hauler, not just this proposal. Do you respect my freedoms? Do you represent me?
Ms.
Please
Carr,
hear
can
my
you please wrap your
concerns and
comments?
see me as your neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Any questions from council? Actually, Ms. Carr, you made, just one question for me. So you made a comment about recycling just doesn't occur. You believe some of it goes overseas and some
Right.
just doesn't happen at all. Is that your belief that nothing gets recycled?
I have come to learn that about 10 to 20% of all trash that goes into recycling is actually recyclable. It's dirty. You cannot recycle containers that have had detergent in them because you cannot get the smell out. And so companies who collect all of this garbage, do send it to other countries, and it ends up in landfills on the coast of Africa. My husband and I represent a ministry, and we know this firsthand. We've seen videos where it looked like the continent's trash, and it's actually America shipping unrecyclable things in America to other continents. Because we serve the poor and the needy, we don't feel like we want to make a bigger mess over in Africa.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. I would just ask that there's 3 public companies: Waste Management, Republic Services, and Waste Connections.
Sure.
They all state on their website how much gets recycled and what gets recycled. So that's part of their 10K.
It's a controversial topic that a lot of people don't realize. And they think if they're putting it in that bin, it can be recycled, and not everything that goes in there can be recycled.
Thanks, Ms. Carr. Thank you for your time tonight. Up next is Ms. Kim Wright. Good evening, Ms. Wright.
Hi there.
Name and address across street.
Kim Wright, Tough, Sutherland. You guys
Thank you.
probably know this by now, huh? Okay, I've been looking at several pieces of documentation presented regarding the single hauler group, especially from April of 2019. Seems to have most of the detail information. When I look at other cities that have single hauler compared to Englewood versus the 2020 census report, there are big differences between the cities. I've been told over and over, Loveland has been the city used to base Englewood recommendations off. Englewood is just 6.5 square miles compared to Loveland's 33.5 square miles. Our population is 33,600 plus few. And I believe, and Loveland's population is 33,650 plus few more. I'm sorry, that's Englewood's population, compared to Loveland's 76,300 plus few more. I believe Loveland was used because of the pricing they received, and this is deceptive. Well, as looking at the 2020 census, I noticed Englewood has more pressing issues than wasting time and money on the one hauler issue. Comparing the cities that have one hauler to Englewood, our city has the second highest poverty rate at over 12%. The highest rate of persons without insurance under the age of 65 at 10%, and the highest rate of persons under the age of 65 on disability at 10.3%. The city needs to focus on the issues of the underserved and the real issues of the city. The cost of the negotiated, my phone messed up, I'm sorry. The negotiated according to the RFP is not to the benefit of the citizens, as we can negotiate for ourselves and have done so for much better than what the city has done. What utility will the city council negotiate next? Our cell phone carrier and how many phones we each could have, how many were allowed, internet and cable companies, car insurance, and what carrier and price we will pay. Will you create a social credit score? And what about telling us what color clothes we could wear, like the USSR did during the Cold War era? It concerns me City Council doesn't take public comments into account like it was mentioned earlier today. There are Englewood citizens that have spent hours talking to neighbors about this and get their community's temperature about this issue in multiple Monday evenings at City Council.
Ms. Wright, can you wrap up?
I will. City Council members have benefited from these meetings and now have lower trash bills. As our right to choose is taken away little by little, we will lose all right to freedom. We will then cease.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, for your comments.
To be free.
Thank you, Ms.
Single hauler all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Hold on. Any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Wright, thank you for your time tonight. Up with Jan Weipert. Oh, there we go. Did I mispronounce your last name? Jan Weipert. Good evening, Miss. If you could state your name and your address.
Jan Weipert in Federal and Bellevue. I was told I could not speak at both the city council meeting, which allowed 5 minutes, and this hearing allowing 3 minutes. I didn't try because I didn't have it written out that way. I had it written for 3 minutes, maybe a little bit more. My comments are a mix of topics directed at a single hauler trash policy. They could have been split had I been given correct information on that I could speak at both. I would like to make a point that my freedom of speech has been violated, my comments truncated. Tonight we have heard great comments on legality, of the effect of heavier trucks on the road, individual liberty, and more. Masks were proven unnecessary and simply as an exercise in compliance during COVID-19. Single hauler trash is similar, another exercise in getting people to comply. It does not solve recycling, trash in alleyways, or reduce costs, and in fact increases cost and or reduces benefits, such as yard waste, to many Ingle residents. I'm unclear as to what the goals are behind this project and who wants it, the council? One piece of information I learned today is that trash companies are withdrawing from providing services in Englewood for at least 2 reasons, and I called a couple of different trash companies. One, they expect Englewood to go single hauler, so they've been starting to do this withdrawal for a couple of years now. Has this been decided by council? Secondly, Englewood is too expensive to do business in. Why is that? It is time to stop this farce. As this continues, we are getting less choice in trash companies. Is this planned obsolescence? Let's spend time finding ways to make Englewood more attractive, not stripping individual choice. Get crime under control. If you're discussing hiring 2 additional employees, most of us would happily choose 2 police officers, arrests and being tough on crime, not 2 trash monitors. Folks have chosen Englewood as home for a small town feel, low taxes, no HA covenants or fees. Turn our city into one people want to move to. Turn our city into one people want to move to. People are not going to decide to move here based on trash pickup. Crime rate, yes. Be a strong, honest council. Base your decisions on constitutionality, increasing assets for our city, not adding issues, and add solution. Add solution. I guarantee you will be getting calls from disgruntled citizens personally if you put trash under city council oversight.
Ms. Weipert, if you could just wrap up.
I am asking you tonight to drop the single hauler trash project. And I do want to say, Mr. Petrovich, yes. Thank you for coming. I learned some things from your speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Weipert, before you step away, you got a comment from member Noonkemp.
Weipert, thank you for being here. You mentioned that you called a couple of trash haulers and they said that they weren't doing business in Englewood. Do you mind sharing which ones you called and who said that?
Oh, let's see. I called Waste Connections. I didn't bring my phone up here so I can look. I called Waste Connections because right now they're my trash. And I think I called Waste Management was the other one.
And they said that they were going to pull out of Englewood because they thought that Englewood was going to go to single hauler?
I'm sorry?
And they said that they thought they were going to pull out of Englewood because they thought that we were going to go single hauler?
Not Waste Management, but Waste Connections did.
And Waste Management was the one that said that Englewood was becoming too expensive to do business in?
Well, they were saying, I should get my phone so I know I'm talking about the right one. But they were saying that it was, it was getting too expensive. I think Waste Connections is the one that said it was getting too expensive to do business in Englewood. And so then I called the city and I asked, I got to do a little detective work. I called the city and asked what those charges are. Well, it's $100 a truck now, I think, or business license, $100 a business license and 50 cents a cubic yard on trash, and that Englewood has too much trash, is what one of them said. It's too much to do. So let me hold on just a minute and I'll tell you. This says Waste Connections and and a 2861200 number.
That's okay, Ms. Wypert.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Ms. Wypert, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me go over.
Thank you. Next up is Scott Marsh. Good evening, Mr. Marsh. If you could just state name, address, cross street.
Good evening. Scott Marsh, approximately Washington and Layton. Before I begin, I want to say shame on you, each and every one of you, for taking calls ahead of people that came down here, that took the time to come down here and sit on these stinking benches. All this time, you took calls ahead of the people that are sitting at home eating their pie and coffee. That's not right. Having said that, now that I'm under oath, I have to come clean and apologize for lying to you the last time I was here, because I said I was only going to speak once, and here I am again, hopefully for the last time. There have been countless meetings concerning single hauler trash. There's been community meetings, informational meetings, educational meetings, and now a public hearing. So hopefully we have about talked this thing to death. I don't know why we're still beating this dead horse. You have heard from your constituents overwhelmingly disapproving of the single hauler trash program. You appointed a citizen committee who spent hundreds and hundreds of person hours studying the pros and cons of single hauler, and they recommended rejecting all the current proposals. Then you heard from Ms. Brown and Mr. Green again tonight. The city sent out multiple RFPs and has yet to receive a single proposal that includes everything requested, let alone at a reasonable price. What's it going to take for council to say enough is enough and put an end to this nonsense? We don't want to put it to a vote of all the people in Englewood, because then it's not going to involve just the homeowners who are affected by this, but it's also going to include a group of mostly transient apartment residents who really don't have any skin in the game. And why is it that they don't have any skin in the game? Why is it that there's a state law that prohibits you from forcing them into single hauler? I mean, it could be because the wealthy apartment owners or the wealthy apartment complex owners are protected against this. The few people who spoke in favor of single hauler use terms like less traffic, less pollution, blah, 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 blah. How much less traffic are we dealing with? Nobody wants to come up with a number. How much less pollution? The only number we know for sure is that the city stands to collect at least $130,000 a year from citizens, whether they use the service or not. Even if half of the Englewood citizens opt out, the city will still be collecting over $130,000 for this part of the program.
Did you want to wrap up your comments, Mr.
I do
Marsh?
want to wrap it up. So it's kind of like paying for the delivery fee of the pizza service, whether you ordered a pizza or not. That's what we're getting here. So I'm saying, yes, I am against it. I'm not against the thought of single hauler, but if you can equal or better the service that I'm getting and for the price that I'm paying, that's a different story. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. No further questions from council. Thank you very much for your comments. Up next is Mr. Carson Green.
Carson Green again, Grant Amherst. I'm not saying the same things. I wanted to address some of the things that were brought up. Remember Noonan Camp, am I saying your name right? Noonan Camp, sorry. You asked Director DeAndrea about the service levels. There's two aspects to that. There's quality of what services are included, which I do think that the RFP improved on. So like if, the reporting on problems of the services you get. But then there's service levels of what you're getting, what's included. And yard waste is not included in either of those proposals. And that's a huge thing. I mean, 63% of the respondents of the survey currently have yard waste included, and that's just of who responded, which we know is a small, it's not the people who aren't using the internet, because the survey itself, the prompt for that was a postcard or a bunch of internet pushing, and it came out like the two public hearings that postcard announced. I got the postcard on Monday. Public hearing was the next night, the virtual one. I still haven't gotten an answer on how many people showed up for it, but I know it was very few people because it was one day notice. And then the public hearing in person was that Thursday night after getting the postcard, and 13 people showed. 4 of them were current and former members of the committee, and everyone who spoke except for one person was against it. And that's after in 2019, when this started, there were 3 public hearings where hundreds of people showed up to each one, and the consensus was alley service, yard waste, and cost. And the proposals on the table don't include yard waste, they increase cost, and one of them doesn't support alley service. Mayor Sierra, you asked about the why moving away from pay-as-you-throw. Another thing they told us about that is because of the automation. So a single-size container makes it easier for them to have giant trucks with automation. Remember, Noonan Camp, large item was rejected by Republic, so their price didn't even reflect that. And one of the things that the recommendation from our committee was to drop large item and add yard waste. And then if we also, another way to potentially get the price down would be if there's an alley service. If there's not an alley, curb service, see what you can get, Can you get someone to do a better price that's also closer to what they're currently providing? Because none of them are doing large item right now the way we defined it, but they are doing yard waste. So if you include yard waste, alley for alley, curb for no alley, you could probably get a much better deal than what's on the table. I also was disappointed that Talkin' Trash said about tonight that, first of all, I thought that the structure of 4 against and to vote with what is it not being fair, then when I got here, there wasn't even a third option that the website said there would be. So we had to be 4 against, and we didn't even have a choice of vote.
Mr. Green, can you just finish up your comment?
Yeah. And I just wanted to concur with, I think it was Citizen Marsh about the vote not being fair, because it is, that would put it to, first of all, the vote would have to be defined to include the points that our committee put out for me to be for it. And if it did, then you've got more than half the voters aren't even involved in the result.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Any comments for Mr. Green or questions? Seeing none, thank you. Up next is Adam A. Nickel. Good evening, Ms. Nickel. If you could state your name, address, cross street.
Pardon?
Address, cross street, and state your name.
I still didn't understand you.
I'm sorry. If you could just state your name and your address or cross street.
Ida Me Nickel, 4740 South Lipin. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again tonight. Those who are, particularly our seniors, who cannot put out the trash by the curb, and I'm speaking tonight for mostly our seniors that I've talked to. I will give you just 2 examples. One lady who lives in an area of Englewood who has a front wall for about 4 feet around her property with 6 or 7 very narrow steps which she cannot come down. She cannot come down even with a small barrel. She cannot come down at all. So she would like the the alley services which she has always had. She shared with me that she has to walk right now because she is not getting service in the alley. She has to walk to the alley, and she has to walk down to the corner and down the other side of the street up into her area. She lives in the middle of the block in order to put her trash out, and then she has to do the process coming back again. She cannot handle those large trash containers by walking around the whole block. Another senior has MS and cannot walk without a cane. It is very difficult for her to even walk, period. She drags right now herself just to put the small white bag to the curb. There's no way she can handle a large container that the city would require everyone to have. It would just simply pull her down. I know many who do not get the recycle, and now it will be forced upon them. And many have hardly any recycle to give out. When people are suffering and do not have extra money and live on a small pension or without a job, you have no idea the struggle some of these folks are going through. I pay for recycle, but many weeks I don't put anything out. And I also hear a lot about the recycle, who is not actually going to the recycle, but it goes to the dump. This certainly isn't fair to our citizens if that is happening. And I would like the council to really find out before you continue this project if that is really happening and people are paying for recycle when they're not taking everything away. Also, there was a lady, her name is Gretchen Baruch. She lives at Grant and Princeton. She wanted me to also say that she is against, as I am, against the one single hauler. I do not believe in monopoly. So I am against it, as this other lady is.
Thank you, Ms. Nickel. Your time is up.
All right, thank you.
Any comments or questions from council? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Mayor, I just wanted to circle back around to someone who had signed up earlier and chose to wait till the public hearing. So Hannah Brake, I just want to make sure because she's not going to be on that list.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Nickel.
Were you wanting the name of this lady I gave you?
Sure.
Okay, it's Gretchen Borish, Boroosh, and she lives at Grant in Princeton.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, Ms. Nickel. So do we want to wait? Is the person online or is the person?
No, in the
Okay.
audience, she just opted
Okay,
to
we
wait.
still have about like 8 names left to go on the list.
She was signed up earlier and then chose to wait till the public hearing. So I just wanted to make sure
Okay.
you knew that.
We'll get her here in a second. So next up is Patricia Ross. She spoke earlier, and so she removed herself. Okay. Jack Blanchard. All right, no Jack. Sandy Blanchard. She left as well. I can't read the name on this. I want to say it's Gary Seltz, possibly. We'll come back to that name. I'm not able to read it. Same thing on the next one. William Elos. He left, but okay, at least I had that name right. Aaron Reed. Mr. Reed, good evening. Name and address or cross streets.
Aaron Reed, Corona and Hamden. The licensing issues with a couple current, if that's true, trash providers is probably not good. Let's check into that. I hope that's a scary thought. and not the actual truth. I'm no MBA. I know there's a couple here in the room. I won't kick the tops off their heads or the top hats off their feet, but as an econ minor, there is some things called essential goods and services. We could split hairs. I'm going bald, so we'll not use me as an example for that, as to if trash hauler, single hauler is an essential good and service from the purview of those fore and aft of me. But with that in mind, I'm against this. I'm for free market enterprise. I did learn that in economics. Not all of us have alleys. And I'm not going to kick the tops off the top hats of the people that I know in here that have them, but they're sitting in front of me, to the side of me, and behind me. You guys don't need to espouse yourselves. With that in mind, yikes if we have alley only, because that's going to be a problem if we make people have alleys that don't have them otherwise. I think you guys have probably checked into that to make sure those people get picked up on the street so they don't have a four-wheel drive trash truck in their backyard, six-wheeler. The first speaker tonight took me a little aghast. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend Republic Services to my enemies or my best friends at this point, after the situation they put me through a couple years ago. So good luck with that one. I won't be using them. I have a couple questions, and one of them left, and another one comes from what I would call a quasi-HOA, but they're in a residential situation. So some of them get service from a dumpster, and they also get the containers that we've seen here. Do they pay the $2 surcharge in lieu of the service that they already get, or does the HOA pick up the tab on that? Does the $2 surcharge go straight across the board for all apartments in the city and all the different entities that may or may not have trash service because they don't own a residence? What are the results of the last question on the survey that I took here a few weeks ago about the vote?
Mr. Reed, thank you for your time. Any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Reed, thank you for your time tonight.
Okay.
Next up is Marcy Brown.
Marcy Brown, Sherman and Cornell. I'm against single hauler trash. I'll put that right up front. I also wanted to discuss that I think that citizen committees are a good thing. However, council has to figure out how to disseminate people who belong to the same groups who have an agenda for getting on these committees. Like the trash committee, for instance. After Steve Ward left, I could predict how the votes would go, whether it was 6-2, 5-2, or 4-2. I also had a problem with the person who oversaw this program when members asked for more specific from the trash haulers. And the following meeting, the chair would ask if there were any documentation of the conversations held between her and the trash haulers. And the answer was, I just took some notes. I got a problem with that. And the committee also would receive additional documents on the day of the meeting that was planned. I mean, it was last minute. And it was unfair to many committee members that we were supposed to look through this on the day of the meeting when I didn't even know I got an email. And I will also tell you a little bit of my background. I used to be a director of a nonprofit organization. And I used to write grants for this nonprofit. And I will tell you that every time I met with a company or a person who wanted to donate to our group, I had to write that down in an email to my board of directors. Per our conversation or per our meeting, this was discussed. I could have never gotten away with, just took some notes. I had a board of directors to answer to. And plus a nonprofit, the books are wide open for everybody to see. We had our checks and balances, and we had a great board of directors who saw to that we had a paper trail. And I find some of this, when I was on this committee, couldn't understand why you were just allowed to take some notes or that you were just allowed to throw something out there when we had a meeting that day and expect us to know or to read this.
Ms. Brown, your time is up.
I'm wrapping up. But I would ask the council, I really would, to see who's on these committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Any questions from council?
No.
Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Brown. And last, well, actually, we'll have a second name, but we got one more and then we'll get to your last name. It's Judith Marenthal.
My name is Judith Marienthal. I live east of Broadway between Stanford and Tufts. For the third time since 2019, I am opposed to this measure. I reiterate that with the current state of the economy, the timing of this proposal is downright awful. I request that the council squash this proposal now and move on to other issues. This was tried 20 years ago and was unsuccessful. It can be addressed again by the Sustainability Commission in another 20 years. For the past 20 years, long before it became popular, I have advocated on behalf of equity issues. There is nothing equitable about a one-size-fits-all approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marienthal. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And then City Clerk, if you could just state the last name.
Yes. Is it Hannah Brake?
Now I realize, yes, it was like on the public comment. I apologize. So
Thank you for letting me change my time. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at this.
apologies. Your name and your cross streets or?
My name is Hannah Brake. I live at the cross streets of Shenango and Galapago. And yeah, I've lived there for almost 13 years. Thank you so much for listening to us. I'm sure all of you are tired. Everyone behind me, I'm sure, is too. So thank you for all the work that you do. I'm sure it's very hard listening to people complain to you all the time about everything. It's very hard to run a city. I'm glad I'm not doing it. But I did want to say a few things. There's been so many great things said, so I won't repeat all of them, but some of my concerns about being put into a single hauler system would be you have to have a contract, which I understand for business sake, but when you get locking in a contract, it can either save you money if everything else goes up, or it can cause you to spend more money if other markets go down. But myself, if that happens to me and the company I'm using, their rates go up, then I can go and change even the next months many times. But if we're stuck as a city in a contract that is for 7 to 10 years, then we could be stuck paying a lot more than we need to possibly for our services. I'm sorry, I just lost my notes. And I'm just concerned also, I think some people did say this, that this issue is just a small issue that we ourselves as citizens can take care of, and it's not an issue that you as the city members that do so many things for us need to worry about and be burdened for. So I would, especially the proposals that you have before you especially, I would hope that you would vote against them. I don't think that they will be good for us as a community, and I think it's just gonna be a lot bigger burden on not our country, but our community when there's so many other things that we can be working at to help people. So maybe those 2 people you were thinking about hiring, we could try to get more volunteers to help our neighbors who can't get their trash out by themselves and just do something to help build more community instead of building more government. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brink. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming tonight. And one more?
Yep, we have one more person who's joined us online. Mr. Atkinson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, if you could just state your name and cross streets for the record, please.
Jerry Atkinson, Fox and Dartmouth. And I'm opposed to single hauler. We see government agencies taking our freedom of choice away from us far too often nowadays. One of the reasons we moved to Englewood 22 years ago was because of the freedom of choice here. And, you see other communities around us where they're much more heavily regulated than we are here in Englewood. And with single hauler, with the system that we have now, if I get if I want to change haulers, I can change it next week. With single hauler, I'm stuck with it until you renegotiate the contract. And that's, I just don't want to see any more of our freedom of choice taken away in a community that I see has prided itself on that. So that's my point. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Atkinson, for your time. That actually was the last name on the list for tonight. Any comments from council? Member Russell.
I actually do have some questions of staff because there were things that a few people complained about, and one of them was trash trucks on the street every day. And I believe that's true. I've seen it myself. Was there a difference during COVID? I mean, used to, the code says trash pickups will be Monday and Wednesday. And I'm beginning to think there's a lot of problems with code enforcement that are creating some of our problems.
City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Member Russell. Yes, there was an emergency, not an emergency order, an executive order during the emergency ordinance period in which we did allow, because of requests from our trash haulers, to please be allowed to pick up 3 days a week instead of 2. And so allowances were made for that about a year-long period. Since then, we have asked them repeatedly to resume their normal services. Code enforcement has been instructed, as well as police officers, to interject if they are seeing trash trucks picking up on days that are not outlined in the code.
Thank you.
Actually, before we get to any other questions, are we able to take a quick break now for 5 minutes? Are we allowed to, City Attorney?
Yes, I think we can take a break.
Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then come back, to answer additional questions before the public hearing. So.
Yeah.
Council, if we could get back to our seats. Hey, we got. Do I? Yeah, I do. Council, if you could be seated. You'll do it. All right, Council, if we could get seated to pick up where we left off. Member Russell, I think did we answer your question fully?
That's one of the major ones. I think there are some other code concerns that could have addressed a lot of the problems that we're having with alley pickup. I do believe it is in our code that pickup is required in alleys where there are alleys. And the trash companies have been dictating to us instead of us dictating to them what our codes are. And so I think those things need to be addressed.
Thank you, Member Russell. Member Woodward.
I think I just want to address some of why we've seen trash trucks all the time, and that is the commercial part of it. Some of it, I mean, restaurants, you want picked up every couple of days. And so you see these trash trucks in the area because they're doing their job and picking up restaurants and other commercial type of users. So that's why we see trucks almost every day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Any other questions from council? Seeing none. Actually, I'll just make a last comment before we close the public hearing, but I do want to apologize to staff, Director of Public Works. I know that members of the council, or excuse me, members of the public seem to be shooting the messenger here when this is council that is asking for this information, and any type of comments towards staff or towards our committees, they're just doing the work that council has asked for. So that is it. So if there is any disgust or any ear towards someone, it should be directed towards council and not towards staff. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll ask to see if we can get a motion to close the public hearing.
I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Can I get a vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Neunenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you. Now moving on, and thank you to the public for coming tonight and everyone that spoke online, in person. Really appreciate you guys staying till 11 o'clock tonight. Moving on to agenda item 11A1, ordinance on first reading. Let me make sure. Yeah, that's where we're at. Authorize agreements to relocate city ditch at C470 and US 85. So we have Deputy Director Steve Simon here tonight. Good evening, Deputy Director.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you, Mayor and Council. This item before your consideration is, is consideration of an ordinance to execute 2 agreements that are required as part of the C470 and 85 interchange improvements project. The expansion is going to put a stretch of city ditch's current alignment outside of the existing roadway. That expanded roadway is going to cover up the existing alignment. In order to keep city staff safe when operating and maintaining, and to minimize the consequence of failure if the pipeline were to fail, the city worked with Douglas County to relocate that outside of the existing alignment. Thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned, there'll be 2 agreements associated with this relocation. One is an intergovernmental agreement, or an IGA, with Douglas County. The other is an easement agreement with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The IGA between the city and Douglas County will outline the terms and conditions relative to executing the work. It'll also provide the terms and conditions related to mitigation of any risk of non-renewal of the Army Corps easement. The Army Corps easement is 25 years and does require renewal at the end of each of those terms. Wanted to highlight a few of the general terms of the IGA before we got into the specifics of the terms that would mitigate the risk. On the city side, we agree to accept the easement agreement with the Army Corps. We agree to assist the county with design and construction reviews. We agree to have our city staff participate in city coordination meetings or project coordination meetings, and also to perform construction inspection. On the county side, Douglas County agrees to manage all aspects of the work. They'll agree to execute the work in conformance with agreed upon plans, and they also will fund the project. So the specific terms added to mitigate the risk of non-renewal are the acknowledgement that the city intends to retain or will retain the existing prescriptive easement in its current alignment. We'll acknowledge that the Army Corps is likely to renew the agreement. However, if that is not the case, that the city and county will work together to determine an alternative alignment. And if that were to happen, it would be upon Douglas County to fund that work. It also acknowledges that the city and county will work together to amend two terms of the agreement, one of which is that it would require the Army Corps to provide a 3-year advance notice to the city if they were intending to non-renew, and the other is to seek an amendment to allow that easement in perpetuity and get rid of that 25-year renewal term. As far as the Army Corps agreement, that again is our easement agreement, that's a 25-year term. The easement term is standard language. Staff did reach out to the Army Corps to see if they were amenable to amending any of terms of those to mitigate some of the city's concerns with the risk of non-renewal. They mentioned those are standard language, and any requirement to amend that or any process to amend that would need to go through a full federal review, which can take up to a couple years. The easement itself provides the permission for the city to operate and maintain the pipeline in the new location. So this is an aerial view of the region we're talking about. So running from the left to the screen to the right, which is west to east, is C-470, and north to south is US 85 or Santa Fe. The area in yellow is where the road will be expanded to the west. That red line is the existing city ditch alignment. It actually goes through the area in yellow, and so as part of that identification of a new easement, it's going to get moved to the west and fall into that green zone, which is where the reline pipe will be and where the Army Corps easement will be located. I did want to point out one item that is in your agenda packet related to acknowledgement by the Army Corps' Office of Real Estate of their desire, they expressed their desire to work with the city, acknowledge that these arrangements exist with other utilities, municipal water providers through Army Corps easement. So not a binding statement by any means, but acknowledgement of the Army Corps' desire to work with its municipal partners. And that concludes my presentation.
Deputy
Mayor.
Director, thank you for the presentation. Member Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Director Simon. My question, and you'll have to work with me here because I'm trying to figure out exactly how to ask it.
Sure.
With maintaining an effort to maintain the current prescriptive easement, whose property does that easement on?
It's also within Army Corps' property.
Okay, so, and then how do we maintain that easement? Is that something that we're just stating to them in a letter? Okay, and so if we're telling them we're maintaining that, are we abandoning our current pipe there, or are they going to remove the pipe altogether?
It would be removed. Yeah, that's the plan.
And so my understanding of a prescriptive easement is that it exists because of the use of that particular space. What is the legal, and maybe this is a question for the city attorney, the legal grounds for maintaining a prescriptive easement if you're abandoning the use of that space?
My understanding is that even though the pipe's not there, we still could retain it, but I'm not sure the legal basis for that assumption.
I want to make sure we're putting something in the letter to make ourselves feel like we're covered, but if it goes to court, they're going to come back and say, no, you don't, that's a prescriptive easement, you're not using it anymore, it's gone now. Is that a risk here at all?
Would you like for me to weigh in, Mr. Simon?
We'll be happy to look into that and report back to the council.
I would like the city attorney to weigh in if that's okay.
In general, if you have your easement in writing, it would survive removing of whatever our pipeline is because we have a contract that says we're entitled to use that property for an easement. If it exists solely because it's a prescriptive easement and not created by some sort of document, generally if you abandon the prescriptive easement, then the easement itself goes away unless there is some sort of contract, usually that you file with the Register of Deeds, that indicates we have a legal right to the use of the easement.
So does filing or sending a letter to the Corps of Engineers qualify as sufficient documentation to maintain that prescriptive easement?
It's a complicated analysis, because if it's property that they have the right to grant us an easement, us just telling them we have an easement when it's prescriptive easement would probably not be sufficient. But then if they tell us in writing that we have an easement, that could be sufficient, but possibly not. So it's a complicated analysis. Depending on the writing, who signs it, where it's documented, it's a multi-factor analysis.
Okay, thank you.
We may have a third voice on this. Director Van Ryn?
Yeah, can I add just a little bit on it? So when we talked to the county, here's essentially what we got to was the existing prescriptive easement ends up in the Santa Fe roadway, essentially. So that ends up being CDOT right away. So what we talked to the county about is if for some reason we lose the easement that we're talking about, that there is a preserved corridor within that road right away, which is not ideal, but in the very, very, very low chance that this easement in the future is not renewed by this Corps of Engineers, which they've assured us they will renew it. So in the really, really remote chance that something goes wrong, the county has assured us that there will be an easement provided within that roadway section for them to come back in after the fact and dig up the road and put the pipe back in the original alignment. So that's part of what the agreement is establishing, is the responsibility of the county, no matter what, to make us whole, whether it's in the existing easement of or the new easement or within the existing road section where the current easement is.
And the county has, even though it's Corps of Engineers property, the county has sufficient authority to grant that.
Well, when the road goes into it, it's no longer core. It becomes CDOT right away at that point in time. That is my understanding of it. So because the roadway is now in there.
Got it. Okay, so the county has sufficient authority over that property once the road goes in to assure that that easement continues to exist.
That's what they're taking responsibility for, is to work with CDOT to make sure that no matter what happens, we can put a pipe back in the road if necessary. And again, this is an extremely remote possibility that this would happen. It's really just making sure we go from very, very remote risk to as close to zero risk as possible. And so that's what we've worked with the county to assume that responsibility for, so that the city is not left in 25 years saying, wait a minute, we lost our pipe corridor alignment. How come you guys need to go figure it out? We have an agreement that says the county will take care of that for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Member Woodward?
Well, I just had I guess it's a legal question again. If you left the pipe there, and I mean, would it still be considered, or could it be considered abandoned?
Meaning if it wasn't attached to anything, but the pipe was just still in the ground?
Correct.
It probably would be considered abandoned, but I would have to do legal research to see what case law said on that.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from council? If not, can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
Sorry, Mayor, I do have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So when I read this packet, and I'm new to this party here, so bear with me. It looks like we're being asked to do something that has some risk. And it seems to me like something we have the option of just saying no. So I guess the question I have is, why are we not just saying no? Like, that's too risky for us. It makes us really uncomfortable. We don't have to play ball. We're not going to.
I think what the city would consider is it's playing as a regional partner or acting as a regional partner for working for other projects that that can benefit. I think that's a great point. That's actually one of the things we discussed with Douglas County upon first consideration of the IGA in front of our board. What we attempted to do, or what we think we've done within the terms of the IGA that was worked through our respective legal counsels, is come up with an agreement that removes all of that risk. So if in that unlikely scenario the easement is not renewed, that it's incumbent upon Douglas County to make us whole again, and that's where we included that language that would put all that risk and requirement on Douglas County if that were to be the case.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments? And actually, I'll just ask the question, or at least make the comment. Well, actually, no. I'll ask for the motion. Can I get a motion to approve 11A1?
I'll move.
Thank you, Member Woodward.
11A1.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any comments? Member Anderson.
Yeah, this one made me really nervous the first time it came before the Water and Sewer Board, and I supported it when it came up again. Honestly, I'm having second thoughts about it. This is something that is it sounds to me like the city does still retain some risk of losing our, potentially our sole water source from the lake, other than, I mean, we got the South Platte, we can always pump out of there, but I'm nervous about this because it seems like something the Corps of Engineers could solve with a stroke of a pen and just say, no, we're gonna grant you the same rights in this new location as in the old location. And as Mayor Pro Tem Ward said, if we go with if we just say no, then we could get something that enshrines that right in writing, and that would really make me feel much better about this. I don't know. Sounds like Director Van Ryn may have responded to that.
Yeah.
I'm open to being convinced still, but this makes me nervous.
Director Van Ryn, if you want to reply.
So what we did in this, and this came up to the Water and Sewer Board the first time, and this is a very, very remote risk. Also risk. And so what we did is we went back to the county and said, look, this is your project, it's not our project. We want you to mitigate all the risk for us. And so that's what they did with these agreements. Is essentially what happens is if there is some point in time in the future and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers decides they're not going to renew the new easement that's got a 25-year term on it, it is Douglas County's responsibility to get us an alternative pipeline and make sure the connection is made. So the responsibility is there. It's shifted away from the city of Englewood. It is on Douglas County to ensure that if something like some remote possibility were to happen in the future, that they are responsible at no cost to the city to make sure that we can put a pipe back in the ground and connect it.
My response is that, but they have to have a pathway to get from, the end of the pipe where we have a prescriptive easement to the beginning of where it starts again. And, no matter whether they promise that or not, they have to have a way to get it there. And if CDOT owns the property that the current one is on, and Corps of Engineers owns the other land and they're saying no to us, I understand how microscopic the risk is, and I really do believe that it's small. Nevertheless, the downside to me seems to be incredibly high. If we don't maintain with assurance that we're going to get our water from one point to another, does the county own land on which they could do that? Because even if they're taking on the risk, they're just saying, we don't think it's going to happen. We'll pay for it if we have to do something. But if they don't have a pathway to get the water there, then we're stuck. Am I wrong on that?
Well, I think what we're doing is mitigating that outcome. There's two things that are happening. So there's a process by which the county can go through with the Corps of Engineers to elevate it all the way to Washington to get us a permanent easement in this location. That's a 2-year process. So they're going to do that in parallel with this, because ultimately the goal is to get that new alignment to be a permanent easement. As a city, it's not ideal for this pipe to be under the road. However, if we have to choose between having the connection or it being under the road, we're gonna take the connection under the road as opposed to no connection at all. So that's why the backup plan, in case something goes wrong with this easement, is that there is an easement that they're working on within the prescriptive easement that we're talking about along the existing alignment within the road section. So that either way, we have a place that the pipe can go if for some reason something goes wrong in the future. We don't want the pipe in the road. It's not a good place for a pipe. We want it outside the road section. What we're doing with these agreements is ensuring that space is there and defined so that if something goes wrong, they can put it back in the road. That's what the 2 agreements are doing. So they're working on the existing easement and formalizing that. In addition to the new easement with the Corps, and then this third path of working with the Federal Corps of Engineers to make that other easement permanent. So when you do all 3 of those things, in every circumstance in the future, we have a place for the pipe to go. That's the negotiations we've been working with the
Well,
county.
I guess what I was responding to is the idea that we're writing a letter saying we're preserving that prescriptive easement. And that didn't sound quite like a contract to me, though I see the city attorney maybe has a response to that. And that's the one thing, if you can tell me, yes, we are maintaining this with a contractual agreement, then I'm good on this one.
It took me a minute to find it, but it's in your packet at page 440 in very small type, but it is in the contract that the parties acknowledge that the city will retain this prescriptive easement. So by contract, they've acknowledged, even if we abandon it in this circumstance, that we still will retain it. That same paragraph then says, if in the unlikely chance the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers does not renew the term of the easement, or it is not permanently extended, then the risk all falls on Douglas County. It states that the county shall relocate the city ditch back to a right-of-way within the road alignment for US 85. So when staff is referring to a letter, it's actually in the contract. It's contractually binding.
I'm
And
satisfied.
And then it says, and if that doesn't work, then they are required, if such relocation is not feasible, then they will identify a new location in order to ensure the city's continued transport of water for beneficial use. So we did work pretty extensively on getting this in the contract and looking at worst case scenario, we don't have the easement, then the county is required to do this. And if county then can't do this, then they are required to do this. So I'm comfortable that the city's interests are protected.
Mayor, Mr. Griffith online has his hand up. I believe he's with Douglas County.
Mr. Griffith, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me join you in on this. I did want to remind council that this is a project that Douglas County is partnering with CDOT and Federal Highways. This is U.S. Federal Highway, and we're receiving about $33 million out of a $100 million project from feds and CDOT. So we are doing these improvements for CDOT. And so CDOT does have an easement over top of the core property for C470 where your existing permanent, where your existing prescriptive easement is. And our plan is to document the location of that when we remove the pipe so that we can actually have accurate information on that section that's in between where the connections are made. And I would like to point out that your prescriptive easement for this city ditch is more than just the segment. So I think that the Corps has to look at the whole continuity of it. And I do know that working off of Waterton Road with a project near Lockheed Martin and Waterton Canyon that City of Denver does have existing water lines that aren't in use, but they still have them in case they ever need to use them in the future. So I'm confident that we should be able to document your existing prescriptive easement. And that's, I just wanted to share that information.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
Griffith, for the additional comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Page 440 of the packet, the same section that Attorney Niles was just reading, seems to indicate to me that we don't have a 3-year guarantee, 3-year notification guarantee in the event that the Army Corps decides not to renew the easement. Because it says that the county agrees to continue to work with the city to request that the Corps amend the terms of the easement between the city to provide a minimum of 3 years advance written notice of the Corps' intent to not renew the terms of the easement, or, and that's an important word here as well, amend the term of the easement to run in perpetuity. Is that correct? We don't have a 3-year guarantee at this point?
That's correct. That's one of the terms that we'd be seeking to include in an amended agreement, is that requirement for the Corps to provide that advance notice.
I have to say that word "or" there also makes me uncomfortable, because my first choice would be perpetuity, even if it has to go all the way to Washington, D.C.
Yep.
And I would like to see the county work with the city on getting that done, as opposed to choosing the easier route and then saying, oh, we've finished our obligation. The contract says we're done. See ya.
That's our preferred option as well, and that's what we'll seek to accomplish with the amendment.
I'm wondering if it's too late to amend this to guarantee that they cooperate on that, even if we have the 3-year notification.
Are you suggesting making a word change from "or" to "and"?
Yes.
Yeah, because we haven't taken this to our board. I plan to do that next Tuesday. So if you were to make any minor changes and you were to send those revisions over to us, we would still incorporate minor changes like that. Of course, up to your attorney.
I would be prepared to vote yes on this tonight if that particular change was made. Knowing that we don't have a guarantee that either one of those things is going to happen, and Douglas County has to eat the cost if it doesn't. I think I've heard enough to be comfortable with moving forward on this as a move that's beneficial to the region.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, just a question for Mr. Griffith. When are you meeting with your board? Because this is the first reading of this. Are you meeting next week? Are you reading?
Next Tuesday, the 26th, I believe. I don't have a calendar in front of me. We'll take it to the board. But it's as long as we got any tweaks in the next 2 days, we would still be able to post the packet and meet our posting requirements for next Tuesday.
Okay. Any other questions from council? I know we've made a motion. Any other comments from council or Member Woodward?
You know, I have the sense that it's important for us to move forward quickly. I mean, that's what I've gotten from, I think, in the last 2 water board meetings. And if I recall correctly from a board meeting, I think it was our first one when we discussed this, that pipe could remain right where it is now. And the difficulty with that is for any repair, replacement, anything like that, it's right under a lane of what'll be a major highway at that time. Is that correct?
That's where the existing prescriptive easement. I think that's where I'd point out an important clause of the reasonableness of an alternative alignment. And so if in that scenario, we do need to seek to an alternative alignment, that the city and county would work together to find that. And I think at that point in time, we could assess the reasonableness of whatever that usage is, 25 or 50 or 75 years down the road. And if we determine that it's unreasonable for that usage, for those conditions that exist, that we would seek for an alternative alignment.
I'm just trying to think, how can we move forward with this tonight and satisfy council?
Thank you, Member Woodward. I'm wondering the same thing tonight, whether or not we have a motion on the table. I'm not sure if we need to make a motion to amend to include additional language tonight, or what the thinking is from council overall. Member Noonan-Camp.
Yeah, I have a question about the change that Mayor Pro Tem Ward brought up. And I'm not sure if it's as simple as changing an or to an and, the way that I'm reading it right here, because it's a 3-year advance notice of their intent to not renew. So saying and to make it in perpetuity doesn't make sense to me. It seems incongruent. And so I would want, maybe if we were going to consider changes tonight, a little bit more time from the city attorney on if we were to make a change, what that would even need to be, because I don't think that that small word change works in my reading right now.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Member Anderson.
For me, I'm not sure if that word change is, or a change is necessary, because the county, if the county is the county has a, this land with CDOT that has an easement already, and they are guaranteeing us access to that in the future. It's in the event that that doesn't happen anyway. And so there's still a second agreement to be worked out, but we know we have the prescriptive, according to the contract, the prescriptive easement maintained regardless. And so yes, down the road, hopefully they can fix that, but I'm satisfied that the county is guaranteeing us access to the current prescriptive easement in case that doesn't materialize.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just some comments on that. Without 3 years' notice, how long do you suppose it would take to relocate this? Army Corps says your easement's canceled. We have no access to water until we have an alternate option. We have to break ground. We have to design something. We have to move, and then we have to get our water back. Without a 3-year guarantee, we have no means of acting on that. Secondly, rather than change the word or, I would actually just strike the 3-year notification and require Douglas County to work on making the easement run in perpetuity with us. That would solve the question of conflict between this or that. And it would also solve my concerns about potentially losing the easement.
Sure. So if the easement goes away, they don't rip the pipe out of the ground. And so it's not like we wouldn't still flow water through it. It means we'd have to come up with an alternative place. So just as much time as it would take to relocate a pipe, if an easement, if they don't give us enough time to enough advance notice that the easement is going away, then it doesn't mean they come in and they take the pipe out of the ground. That still is going to be a flowing pipe. Again, if we back way up, this is a remote possibility. And we are trying to deal with the infinitesimally small risk. And we think that we have gone through with the county to address every aspect of that infinitesimally small risk of this of something going wrong 25 or 50 years into the future. So we're trying to look 50 years into the 50 years into the future and predict what people are going to do and cover every base possible for that. And with the first time this came to Water and Sewer Board, we didn't proceed with it. We went back to the county and said, we need all risk eliminated from the city on this if we're going to say yes. To which we went back and forth with them, met with them several times. They met with our legal, they met with our water rights legal, so our outside water legal counsel as well. And through that 2-month process, we got to the point where we mitigated all of that remaining risk or transferred the cost of taking care of that risk away from the city and to the county, since this is a county initiated project. And so all of that is what's in this agreement. The making it permanent is a non-guaranteed process that will take a minimum of 2 years of starting at the regional level, then it's gotta go to Seattle, then it's gotta go to DC, and it's gotta go to the head of the Corps of Engineers to get this little small piece of ground permanent, because that's how the federal government works as it relates to these types of easements. And so I think when you look at the totality of what we're presenting today, the agreement that we've worked through with our legal, both inside city and outside legal, has looked at mitigating all of that risk. And so that's ultimately what we're presenting you today, because we thought the same thing. Why would we assume risk for something that we don't have risk for right now? And that's what these two agreements take care of for us.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I appreciate that, and maybe I'm missing the combination of moving pieces here. I would still, I picture myself as a Douglas County bureaucrat, and I read this contract and I say, okay, Englewood has its 3-year notification requirement, and that permanent easement is going to require me to work for another 2 years on this project, and maybe to go to Washington or beg or pay money or some other process. Why would I do that if the contract fulfills my obligation at the point that I get the 3-year notification requirement?
Well, so I can't speak for Douglas County, but what I can speak for is the regional cooperation of governments. And so this project is important for that entire Santa Fe corridor, everything down in that area. Widening Santa Fe is an important project. There are federal funds that are important to the success of that project that the county is going after, that they're running up against deadlines on. And we have been working with them for several months to get to a point where they can move forward with their project and we can shift all the risk away from the city for, again, something that's an infinitesimally small possibility in the future. Now, it is possible. It's just very remote, because the standard of practice for water providers in and around Chatfield and the Corps of Engineers, Denver Water, Roxborough Water, us, Centennial Water and Sand, is that Aurora Water has a pipeline that runs right through there. These are 25-year easements because that is a federal core requirement. I don't know if it's a federal law or what, but there's a reason that those are 25-year easements. And those are renewed because of the understanding of the criticality of water systems. And so, recognizing that that's not a guarantee, we built all this other backup plan into this agreement, to the point where if something goes wrong with the easement 25 years in the future, it's Douglas County's responsibility to dig us a new pipe. And if it's in the lane of Santa Fe, which we don't want as a utility, having it 15 feet below the surface of a road is not ideal, which is why in the end, we want this moved outside the roadway section. It's just a hang-up that we're running into with the federal government, that the project's running into, that instead of Englewood being left with holding the bag on that hang-up, we've worked with the county to shift the responsibility that in the unlikely circumstance in the future, it needs to be relocated back in the road. They have to go dig it up. They have to put the pipe in. They have to make sure that our water flows. That's what the agreements do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Van Rye. Any other questions from council? Are we in a position to vote tonight on this? Got the motion. All right. No further comments. Can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonenkamp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
Thank you, Director Van Rye. And I guess, let's see here, moving on to 11A2. This is, we're talking about WIPIA. So back with WIPIA, this is Director Peter Van Rye and Deputy Director Sarah Stone to discuss a bill for ordinance amending ordinance number 14 from a couple weeks back. Good evening, Director, Deputy Director.
Good evening, council, good evening, mayor. Thank you for hearing this again tonight. So I come to you with an amendment to the WIFIA sewer loan ordinance. The amendment is to increase interest rates. I will bring up a graph here that shows what's happened in the recent, really couple weeks to interest rates. So the loan closing is scheduled for next Thursday, the 28th. At that at the loan closing, we will lock in the interest rate. There have been external pressures on interest rates lately with inflation, the war in Ukraine. The Fed increased rates on March 16th. That line is shown here on the graph. And you can see that interest rates leveled off after that happened. But since March 4th, they have increased about 40 basis points in the last 2 weeks. And then they were up again today, another 10 basis points at 2.92%. So the amendment requests an increase to the interest rate of 4.5%, and then that would increase the maximum principal amount to $28.63 million. And again, that's assuming that it would hit that 4.5%. So that's kind of in an abundance of caution before we get to next Thursday to not delay the closing for the WIFIA loan. I also just want to note that I have Brian Stelmick with Stiefel, who's our financial advisor, here tonight to answer any questions about interest rates and trends that he's seeing. I'll open that up to council for questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director Member Russell.
Thank you. So what is the current rate as of today?
It's 2.92%.
2.92, and we approved 2.95% as the maximum. So how much, let's say it goes to 4.5%, how much will it increase the current estimate of fees to the ratepayers?
I don't have a current estimate of fees. I'd have to do that calculation. So we can bring that back.
And what other options does city council have if we choose not to increase it to 4.5%?
So if we choose not to, we can see what happens to rates next week and see if it reaches the 2.95%. If it does, then we would have to delay the closing of the WIFIA loan. So then there'd be other decisions to make, such as which projects we can continue to fund. Sewer side?
Yeah, so I'll jump on this one as well. So on the sewer side, this is part of the financial strategy that we started putting into place about 3 years ago with the long-term financial plan and then the debt issuance that's associated with it. We went with WIFIA as an option because WIFIA not only has really low interest rates, but it has very favorable payback terms. And so the payback terms for this loan, if we close on next week, we have a 5-year period that we can draw the money, then we have a 5-year period that we can defer, and then the payback starts 10 years from now. So then the payback period goes from 2032 out 35 years. So instead of a 30-year, it's a 35-year. So if you think of water and sewer infrastructure, the way you want to fund water and sewer infrastructure, because it's got such a long useful life, it's 50 years, 25, 50 years, is you don't want to put the burden entirely on today's ratepayers by cash funding everything. So by spreading the debt payment out 10 years from now and 35 years into the future, the people who are experiencing the benefit of that 50-year useful life item are paying for it in 40 years. And so as it relates to current ratepayers, for the next 10 years, there's not, right now we don't have a increase in rates associated with this change in percentage on the WIFIA loan. As we build out the financial models and we keep advancing the 10-year model and we start to pay that debt back, we will see what that does 10 years from now as it relates to how it changes the need for increasing sewer rates at that point in time. But in the immediate term for next year, the year after, this rate doesn't affect that. If we don't do this, on the sewer fund side, we run out of money to pay for projects that are currently underway at South Platte Renew. So if you recall in 2018, there was a letter sent from Littleton to Englewood saying we're concerned that Englewood's not properly funding. And so this was the strategy that has been put in place over the last 3 years through both rate increases and debt issuance to ensure that we are funding 50% of the South Platte Renew partnership. The reason why we put it at 4.5% is because this is the loan that we have to close in order to fund those projects. And those projects just continue to come. Right now, the project that we're executing is the one that is our chemical, phosphorus, and UV project, which is a regulatory driver. We have a compliance date of 2023 to get that project complete so that we can meet the new phosphorus regulations. So it's not ideal. Like I said, when we came before council, we can't close this loan fast enough. But by federal law, you can't close it until, you can't lock the interest rate until you close the loan. And ideally, we would have closed this in February. I don't know that any of us were expecting rates to go up this quickly over the course of 4 weeks. But if as a matter of context, the rate we're experiencing today is the same. We've had that rate within the last 3 years. So these are still really low rates. In the grand scheme of things, under 3 or slightly over 3 for this kind of debt is still a really low interest rate. And when you couple that with the payback terms, it's still a strong strategy for the city in order to fund those required projects. That was a lot more than I think your question.
Thank you, Director Van Rye. Member Russell?
So do we have, there will be no expense to the city right now at closing?
No, because the closing costs get rolled into the loan.
Okay, but it will also increase closing costs. That's why we increased.
No, the closing cost shouldn't increase, right? The closing costs won't increase. The thing that's increasing here is the interest rate, because we can't lock it until we close the loan, and so we're just at the mercy of what the market is doing until we can lock it that day we close the loan, which is next Thursday.
So then why is the principal increasing?
Because we have the ability to defer payment. What we're accounting for is that deferred interest payment on that deferred principal. So it's that 5-year period of interest that goes up, so it's deferred interest.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nunekamp?
Because time is of the essence, and this may be a question more for the city attorney, but my understanding is if we pass this evening, we can do second reading next week, and we don't have, are we up against a midnight time clock here?
No, we propose this as an emergency ordinance. Under charter, this is acceptable as long as it's not a debt implicated by Tabor, which it's not. So we propose to do it as an emergency ordinance because it protects city property, which is city funds, because it's the interest rate. We think that if we wait by not addressing it as an emergency, rates will just continue to go up, which means it's just going to cost our taxpayers more money.
So will we still do a second reading next Monday and then for the closing on Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
So with an emergency ordinance, you don't have to have the delays. You can have the readings close together. It goes into effect immediately after the second reading, and then you have to publish within a week after the second reading.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
2.95 to 4.5 is a pretty significant spread. I know we're doing this largely so that you don't have to come back here again, but realistically, what are the chances that we're going to see a 155 basis point, if my math is correct? I'm not a finance major, so increase in interest rates.
So we talked about that quite a bit, and the reason we're doing this is because we don't want to delay this anymore, because every day that we delay, we think interest rates are going to go up more, and it's just going to cost us more money. So it's less about coming back again. It's more about protecting that window to close. And so When we talk to our financial advisor, we're in somewhat unprecedented rate increase times, and if you look at the history of how rates have increased, 4.5 is well outside the window of what we would expect to have happen. Right now, it's at 2.92. You know, if it goes up another 25 basis points, you know, it gets a little bit over 3 at that point in time, 3.1-ish, then that's what we're generally expecting. If you look at the curve of where interest rates are and you just do a trend on it, that's what we're thinking. But we didn't want to run the risk of setting it artificially low and then being caught in a window where we have to then delay and can't close the loan.
Makes sense, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve 11C2?
I move to approve 11C2.
Actually, it's 11A2, sorry.
11A2, CB26.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any additional comments? Seeing,
I'm gonna,
go ahead, Member
I'm
Woodward.
gonna be supporting this. Last Wednesday, I think it was as high as 5.25%. For the last 2 years, that mortgage has been 3 and below. And we've got 10 days to close this, so I think we need to close it.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Seeing no other comments, can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
We're up to 11B1, CB16, second reading on Arapahoe County to receive the city's allocation of community development block grant funds. Up here is, it's Will Charles, no one else, even though Brad Powers' name's on there. So go
Yep.
ahead, Planner Charles.
Brad will be on a plane in about 4 hours, so I figured I would take this one for him. But I'm just here to answer any questions if you have them. Otherwise, nothing to add.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get a motion to approve CB16?
I'll move to approve 11B1.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, button pushed early.
Early. Member Russell.
I will be voting no just because I've done that on almost every CBDG block grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Russell. No other comments? Can we please vote?
Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp.
Aye.
Member Russell.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward.
Aye.
Member Wink.
Aye.
Member Woodward.
Aye.
Mayor Sierra.
Aye.
Let the record show 6 ayes and 1 nay, the 1 nay being Councilmember Russell.
All right, up to 11C1, contract for services for backflow solutions. Here tonight is Director Van Rye and Deputy Director Angela Goodman. Good evening, Ms. Goodman.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So tonight I'll be talking to you about our backflow program. The city has to comply with the backflow prevention and cross-connection control rule that was established under Colorado Primary Drinking Water Regulations 5 CCR 1002-11. This rule is designed to protect public water supplies from pollutants and contaminants that could be, under certain circumstances, drawn into the public water supply through customer connections. The city's backflow protection and control program applies to commercial and multifamily customers. We're required to have 100% of cross-connection surveys completed and 90% of our backflow protection assemblies tested every year. You may remember that we have come to you with some bad news for the backflow protection control program. We received a violation in July of 2021 for our compliance ratio that was not achieved for the calendar year of 2020. In fall of 2021, we actually achieved compliance with the required ratio for 2020. In 2022, we actually required some additional support to help us out with achieving compliance for this calendar year. We solicited RFQs from 2 contractors. Those were Backflow Solutions and Green Star Services.
The city actually selected BSI based on their extensive experience and their ability to perform the full scope of work within the required deadline of December 31st of this year, 2022. The contract we're proposing for services with BSI include cross-connection control survey inspections and also backflow prevention maintenance tracking services. Oops. I'll open it up for any questions.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, can I get approval on 11C1?
I move to approve 11C1.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Could I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Any comments? Seeing none, can we please vote?
Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Noonan-Camp?
Aye.
Member Russell?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ward?
Aye.
Member Wink?
Aye.
Member Woodward?
Aye.
Mayor Sierra?
Aye.
Let the record show 7 ayes.
All right, moving on to general discussion, Mayor's Choice. I will be foregoing Mayor's Choice tonight, just in the interest of time, so speak to it next week. Anybody have anything to state on council member's choice? Member Russell?
I just want to do a council request on one of the public comments tonight, and council got all the paperwork about the violations of city charter and the licensing of trash companies in the city, and all of the questions that were raised in that. Can council get an update on all of that?
Thank you, Member
Thank you.
Russell. Anything else? Anyone else tonight? Moving on to city manager's report.
In order to take us past midnight, I've just had a few things. No, I'm just kidding. But I did want to announce just that event season is in full swing, so I encourage the public to look into our events. I wanted to let you know the most upcoming one is May 7th, Celebrate Englewood. It's a Touch a Truck program, as well as an opportunity for our residents and kids to really get to know our police staff, our public works staff, utility staff, and the folks that really make the city run. And then also, just to let you know that we have formed a committee of downtown folks, ADDA folks, chamber folks, and some merchants to really create a planning committee for the block party. So the block party has been something that we wanted to really make some improvements on, and I think that really broad committee is going to help do that. So that group will start meeting the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, city manager. Seeing no other item on the agenda, this meeting is adjourned. Everyone have a great evening.